Be gentle.
Oh, am I streaming to the right YouTube channel? That's always a fun moment when I click the button and I've checked it 4 times.
I'm
I am.
seeing
Okay, there
Salute
it is.
is live. Theoretically?
Always a
Streaming-
relief when it works as intended.
Streaming
The thing that
gaming
you've done
content
over
to
and
the
over.
YouTubes or the Twitches or the Kickboxes or whatever the hell the kids are using these days, like, it's just it's a series of small heart attacks every single time.
I only have one channel, and I still like butt clench every time. I'm like, is it working? Did I do it right?
Yeah.
Did I enter a title? Is the stream information sort of right?
Okay, let's go to Blue Sky and tell people that you guys are playing the Littlings game.
How big is a littling?
They're little.
That's an interesting
Little is in a
question,
big-
and the way the book describes it is it basically says, don't worry about it. They're little.
Yeah.
Don't try to figure out the scale. You'll just drive yourself insane.
I already
Listen.
have.
They're not
Every-
consistent with their scale, I think.
Every picture has a different scale.
Yeah.
You're a chemist, Raz, not a physicist.
The
I
scale
know. I've
is...
already analyzed the tiny meter.
Household is not physics. It has
Oh,
that
God,
in common
no.
with D&D.
All right, hold on. Where in my character sheet can I put physics as a skill?
It's magic. Don't worry about it.
That doesn't exist here, though. Actually,
Yeah.
can I zoom this out so that my character sheet fits the entire page?
Magic exists. Magic spells just don't exist. Or actually, I guess I don't know if they have a magic system actually, or if you can work one in with the way the rules work.
Not one I'm aware of.
There's
think
not a
the
there's not a
contract-
D&D style magic system like where you can be a wizard and cast spells. No.
They have
Yeah, but like when you're
contracts.
describing actions, can you describe them as like spells or magical actions?
It depends. I don't think there's a hard rule for or against that. All right. So the plan today is we're gonna I want to get character creation done by about 4 o'clock. So we have 2 hours to do that. I think it's more than enough time. Then we'll take a break and then we'll come in and start the story. So I need my notes open, don't I?
I suppose.
You suppose. Oh, and I haven't done today's whip snip, and I need to watch AGDQ. Oh, God, I got so much stuff going on right now.
Multitask.
But just don't sleep
Yeah,
and you'll be
yeah.
fine.
Can't watch AGDQ.
I can't run this encounter. Ninja Gaiden is on in the back.
You guys don't have any idea how quick, once I'm done running for today, how quickly I will have AGDQ up on every single device in the house.
He's already in his jammies.
I love games done quick so much. Every year.
I mean, oh, you're gonna miss Astro. You'll get to the tail end of Astrobot, I guess.
So what I do is, because they're going all week, and I'll be watching it all week, and like eventually they'll, no, it's time for our 4.5 hour Fire Emblem run. And I'm like, great, now is a great time to go back and watch the VOD that they did on Sunday that I wasn't able to watch. All right, so everybody had a concept for their character, right?
Kind of.
Kind of. Okay, we're gonna go through character creation. It's pretty
More or
easy.
less.
Should I put the character sheet on the screen? 'Cause I love the. Let's just start here. I love the artwork for this game.
Oh,
really
the
good.
artwork's amazing.
The artwork's fantastic. So in this artwork here, we got like this Indiana Jones guy rescuing Belle from Beauty and the Beast, swinging away on what looks like, what is that? A fishing line on a needle?
Yeah.
And he's got his key rifle strapped to his back.
They're called key skits.
Key
Yeah,
skits.
Key skits.
It looks like a heavy key skit, not a long key skit.
And then behind them, you've got Aloy from Horizon. Like also, like I guess she's flying. She's a fairy. He must be a fairy. She's flying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is she flying
then-
though? I thought those were spider webs.
And then extremely scrunkly dude down there at the bottom.
Oh, Scrunkly dude. Everybody's favorite.
With Gecko.
He must be an Undyne animal handler.
Well, he's not handling.
He's
the
not doing
spider
a very
well.
good job with this giant ass spider.
No, because he
So it
handles
looks
the
like they
gecko.
want-
The spider's not his responsibility.
I love that
Also,
there's a fork stuck in the spider.
You mentioned before, don't worry about the scale.
Yeah.
There is a fork in that spider.
Yeah.
It's a huntsman spider. Those are like the the foot long spiders in Australia, I think.
Yeah, so in addition to fighting like regular spiders and rats and stuff, there are also like giant versions of those creatures, especially insects. The game is very big on like we're gonna just go absolutely crazy with insects. So this spider is the size of like a house cat, right? Like
Yeah.
if you saw this
Well-
spider in your house right now, you would leave and then burn down your house.
Yeah, torch it, right?
I'm sorry, Burkred. I'm going to need to ask you to do the YouTube censorship of how they just say unalive instead of murder. I need you to say meow meow instead of spider.
I thought you were supposed to say unalive instead of suicide. I'm not allowed to say murder anymore either. Because I was going to
Apparently,
murder
I
all of
don't-
you with a giant spider.
Okay.
Well, you just lost your
We-
whatever.
We've updated
Yeah.
our terms since January.
They want you to start
Demonetized.
Flump isn't monetized anyway, so.
You can't spell demonetized without demon.
They want you to turn on arachnophobia mode.
No,
Yeah, I
I'm,
would
I'm not going to do
absolutely
that,
love
McDowell. I'm sorry. I'm going to say
Thank you.
I'm going to say spider.
Thank you, Trouble. Thank you for indulging me.
I personally think arachnophobia mode is worse.
So here's the
It
worst
is
part.
worse
What if
than
you
most.
had arachnophobia mode, but then you look in the options and it was already on, and then you turn it. I'm stealing this from somewhere, and then you turn it off, and everything is just made of spiders.
Oh, don't no. Why would you think this? Why would you put that out there in the world?
Here, I'm going to
Just
grab
on
a shot of the character sheet so I can upload the character sheet to the table so everybody can see what we're working with.
I hear not a girl face talking smack back there.
I can't stop it. All right, it's
A
gonna
bonus
happen.
Canadian.
Bonus Canadian.
Yeah, parentheses also a Canadian.
For those of you who don't know, Buttface and I have been doing a side hustle where we just. I like just take him to school on Game of Thrones for like 2 hours and he just sits there and takes the piss out of me the whole time. It's really funny.
I do equal parts taking notes and taking the piss. All right.
His notes
You
are
gotta take
impressive. It's like, I can't believe he's actually paying attention. It makes no sense.
Oh, you just remind me. I need to actually take notes for this campaign.
We'll see.
Well, I mean, so it's kind of for me. Like, I just like looking at it.
Your notes for Flump were, I couldn't believe
Excessive.
anybody would ever.
Excessive.
I read it and I'm like, I don't remember any of this.
Well, see, the thing is that, like, as a student, like, you write stuff down and that helps you remember it. I remembered nearly everything. Like, I would go back over it and I'd be like, yeah, I remember doing that. And I'd be like, why do I remember this? I don't know. I can't even remember my name.
That like note taking is fun and an artistic expression.
Well,
Like,
we play Rem. Like, we love writing, like,
yeah.
pages and pages of this shit. And then you keep it forever. Like, you made a journal out of it.
Oh, I've still got like my
Yeah, your journal's
that's one of my
amazing.
Lorelei's playthroughs going in that journal.
Yeah, this is gonna be your legacy. Is someone's gonna find this book in an archaeological dig and be like,
Oh,
"What the hell is?"
I've already
this?"
made sure the first page says Exhibit A on it for whenever the eventual happens.
And yet they won't play Fool's Errand.
Can you even buy Fool's Errand?
You could,
Yeah, we-
you could never buy Fool's Errand. Not since like 1989. All right, let's do some character creation.
Hello. Yeah, let's do it.
So the whole premise of the game is that there is a dilapidated, like Victorian era manor house, ostensibly in England, but I don't think it actually specifies. But I picture this like 19th century manor house where it's been abandoned by the people living there, and so little tiny people have moved in. And they fight over this manor house as though it's like their big fairy kingdom. They see it as the entire world, basically. So every portion of the manor house is controlled by one of the different kinds of littlings, which are little tiny people. Now, one of my favorite aspects of the game is they have units of measurement, but instead of measuring things in meters, they measure things in tiny meters.
Yep, that's all you need to know.
Right.
At least they're keeping it metric.
Right?
So
Well,
I have to
They're
ask,
tiny furlongs.
Raz, does it bother you that we, like, what is a tiny meter? We don't have a conversion scale for this.
it's roughly 1/3 of a littling.
If you're publicly setting me up to say household is not physics, I'm not taking the bait.
But you love bait.
But you did
Oh, but
just
it is so
say it.
tasty. No,
No.
so genuinely, like, the scale confuses me, and I did spend a significant amount of brain cycles trying to figure out, is my character, like, what is a tiny meter?
Okay, Raz. The average person is a little under 2 meters, so the average little would be a little under 2 little meters.
Yeah, they're two
But
tiny
when they're
meters.
standing next to a book versus, like this picture, oh, this is just part of the picture. There's like a somebody riding on a rat, like, next to it, I want to say.
That's just perspective.
So this is
They're just
this
really
is the
close
manor
together.
house, and it's in a sorry shape. You can see that part of like this tree has like collapsed and broken through a window. That's part of the lore of the backstory of the house. And when you read the book, it describes like for a littling crossing one portion of this house to another would be like a journey that takes weeks.
Yeah.
So the scale doesn't work, and we all know that because you could picture like a small mouse, which the littlings like keep as pets and like work horses and things. Like a mouse could cross this manor house in a matter of minutes, right?
Yeah.
But littlings, it takes weeks, and so the scale is just not. They say don't think about it too hard. Don't try to make sense of it. It's just there for like the fun of it. It's just there to kind of sell the theming and the setting. So we're not going to worry about it. Raz, I think you might worry about it.
I'll worry about it a
Yeah.
little. But just a little, as a treat.
It's a
Raz, just imagine they got hit with the miniaturization ray. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just local
This
distortions
isn't
and
Honey, I
narrative.
Shrunk the Household.
Why not?
So this is the whole world, which kind of raises the question: are some littlings flat housers?
What
Sorry.
what blows my mind though is the idea that there are multiple of these houses, like they're like continents that like are just completely isolated from one another.
Right, like you could imagine like a couple of acres, like the next plot over is like Lord Smithington's manor, and his family still lives there or something.
So what you're describing is the sci-fi expansion where the littlings develop space travel.
Yeah, exactly. Like they blast off from the roof and they go next door.
Yeah.
Love
The
that.
spaceships are paper airplanes.
Absolutely
Oh,
love
that's
that.
incredible. That's incredible.
And they fight birds and stuff. So
Wait, so that makes the Archield
man, not
Belkers in
birds.
this scenario, right?
there are 4 kinds of littlings that live in the house, and they are they roughly map to like classic folklore of fairy folk, right? So first you have the Boggarts. The Boggarts are derived from like classical brownies. These are like the little people that live in your house, and if like you leave them trinkets and treats overnight, they will like fix your shoes and like hammer your nails back in place and like sew up your socks for you. Like they're helpful brownie folk. And when the master abandoned the house, which in the context of household is presented as like this mythological moment, like God abandoned the universe, like the gods stepped away. That's kind of how the master abandoning the house is treated. The Boggarts are the only ones that stayed loyal. They're the ones that are like, you know what? Someday the master's going to come back, and he's going to want everything to be just how he left it. So they are very like, it's almost like a nature preserve kind of thing. Like they're conservationists. Like, don't tear up the carpet because the master's going to want that when he comes home. Those are the Boggarts. And I've got my I say cheat sheet. I've got the actual book.
It's like a 300-page cheat sheet. No, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. So every type of folk have a hereditary contract. And what that means is like every kind of folk has their own kind of magic thing they can do, and then in exchange for being able to use that magic, they have some kind of binding force that forces them to keep their word. And in the case of Boggarts, they can do what's called going juggernaut, like which is exactly what it sounds like. They hulk out, they go to like 2 to 3 times their size, they're big beefy boys, which makes them the strongest, the best fighters, they can withstand damage the best. In exchange for that, the counterpart to that agreement is that Boggarts are bound by their word of honor. So any boggart who gives their word and then goes back on it, they incur terrible, terrible things.
I'll be playing a boggart.
I figured you would. In fact, I think I'm 5 for 5. Because if I had you down as a boggart, I'm like, Treble and Buttface are both going to play sprites, and they did. Oh, I had Raz as a fairy, and Raz is also a sprite. So I got 3 sprites, a boggart. I had Chris pegged. I'm sorry, I've been playing games with him since the 1980s. I knew he was going to play a Slua, and that's what he rolled up.
No, I'm gonna play something else.
You can't. You're locked in. I was 4 for 5.
Change
That's
to a
not
fairy
bad.
if you want. Do you want to be 5 for 5?
No,
I
it's-
kind of chose randomly.
That's okay,
I'm fine
Raj.
with
You don't
what
have
I
to be
have
a fairy.
there.
So those are the first, the
fairy in
boggarts,
real
and
life.
McDole's going to play a boggart. The second, so at one point, all of these littlings lived within the house with the master, and the boggarts kind of lived in like a symbiosis with the master, while the rest didn't. And at some point, the others moved out, then they moved back in after the master left. So at one point, this tree fell down and crashed through this window, and the kingdom in the tree used to belong to the fairies. The fairies are the second of the folk. They left the house to go colonize the nearby gardens and trees. And then after the master left and this tree fell and their kingdom was gone, the fairies just kind of filtered back into the house. Fairies are exactly what they sound like. They're Zelda fairies, basically. Which means when you eat them, they get all of their hearts back.
And they love bottles, apparently.
They love bottles. Nobody's playing a fairy in this game, but I'll just go through them because they kind of became the de facto rulers of the house. They're the upper class. They're the high she, right? Their hereditary contract is they can fly, which is pretty important, and the counterpart is fairies are bound anytime there's a written agreement that they undersign with their name. If you get a fairy to sign something, they are bound to it. And if they break that contract, they are subject to terrible, terrible things. Third are the sprites, and we have 3 kinds of sprites in this game. Sprites are basically elementals. They're little elemental fairies or folk that essentially they're trickster spirits. If you imagine like the kind of fairy folk who would live in a house to play tricks on the people living there, that's the sprite. There are 3 different kinds of sprites. There are sprites of the spark, sprites of the drain, and what's the third one? Sprites of the wind or the breeze.
I have this on here. Draft.
The draft, there it is. So yeah, so draft, that would be a wind sprite. They're called sylphs. The drain would be the water sprites. They're called undines. And then the spark would be the fire sprites. They're called salamanders. There's also a character who is the dust sprite. You can't play a dust sprite. There's only one in existence. But it kind of gives this idea that there are rarer kinds of sprites living throughout the house. And so their contract actually changes depending on which like sub folk you pick. The draft can like sprites of the draft, which I think that's what Raz is playing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can like bloat themselves up like P-Balloon Mario.
I didn't think it was quite that extreme.
Sprite inflation, really? We're kicking off with that?
Oh yeah.
All of
Alright,
the clothes
so-
just rip.
This
But-
this is what the 3rd campaign running where Raz has brought his fetish to the table.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I just imagine they hold their breath and like they're a little bit buoyant, and that's enough.
Mine's way more disgusting.
You want to describe yours?
Yeah, I can absorb excess water, and then if I take too much stress, I become profusely sweaty and lose decorum.
And then the salamanders, which I think Treble's playing a salamander, is basically able to use the light cantrip. You can make little sparks appear in your hands. You can illuminate your body. The counterpart to sprites, anytime you pay for something from a sprite, they are bound to give you what they agreed. If you pay for something and they renege, they are subject to terrible, terrible things. And then you have the Slua. The Slua are horrible bug people. The Slua didn't like the sprites kind of lived in the house as trickster spirits. The boggarts lived in the house as like in a symbiosis with the master. The fairies left to colonize the garden and then came back later. The Slua left the grounds entirely. They left the house, they left the grounds, they left the garden. They went to a place called the Far Beyond. And whatever was out there sucked. Because eventually they came back. And they are horrible bug people. They're just disgusting, filthy immigrants. I mean bug people that live in the basement. Actually, I think of the artwork in the book, I think the Slua are the coolest. Just because no two Slua are alike. They are as varied as there are insects in the world. So some Slua have like gangly spider limbs, and some Slua have like antennae.
I thought about being a ladybug.
They are horrid little creatures.
They are not.
Ladybugs?
No,
So-
Slua.
The
Oh,
Slua,
okay.
their contract is they're very difficult to damage. They have like Wolverine healing ability, which makes them fearsome warriors. The counterpart to that is if they ever go into debt, especially gambling debt is big amongst the Slua, they are bound to repay the debt. And if they don't, they incur terrible, terrible things. So those are the 4 kinds of characters. We have 3 sprites in this part. I think we have 1 of each kind of sprite, which is nice. And then we've got the Slua, and we've got a boggart. And we don't have a fairy, and you know what? The fairies are the worst anyway.
They're like elves.
Yes, exactly. Fairies are the elves of household, and elves are always the worst.
See,
One
the
of us
last
will play. One of us will play like a standard high elf, and it's gonna make Brickroad so mad.
I mean, I just think it says something about your personality if you have all these options and you pick high elf. Ugh, like, at least pick dark elf, right? Like, at least.
No, that's worse.
I mean, you got to do high elf druid at that point. Just press all the buttons.
This God's honest truth. In Morrowind and in Oblivion, I played a dark elf in both of those simply because every other form of elf looked way too stupid and I couldn't handle
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I appreciate Elder Scrolls for making elves look stupid. All right, more elves need to
The
look
dark
stupid.
elves look cool though.
To be
Yeah,
That's
fair,
they
the
do.
problem.
in
But-
those eras, every character looked stupid.
By
Is
the time
Drizzt still as popular now as he was in like the 90s?
Is who?
Drizzt?
Yes,
Yeah, he's still
Yeah.
big.
Yeah,
Drizzt's
he's
a
still
big boy.
but yeah, dark elves are no longer cool. Not in a post-Drizzt world.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do character creation, and it won't take terribly long. One of the criticisms I have of Household as a game is I think it's a cool book. I love the artwork. I think the dice system has a little novelty to it. I don't think the game has a lot of staying power. We're gonna play for 4 weeks. That's gonna be a short story, but the basic structure of the game. If you look on there's a box here called Memories. The idea is you have 6 memories to fill in. You'll start by filling in your prologue memory. That's what happened to your character before the game. And then there's like 5 different chapters to the story, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that coincide with like a meta plot that's happening inside of the world of Household. And each time you complete one of these chapters, your character gains another memory, and there's a little bit of advancement that happens. And I think if we wanted to do like a 20-week game or something, we could probably go low and slow and do 5 chapters, but then we'd just be done. And I think at that point, there would be almost no reason to ever pick the game back up. Whereas like D&D, even after 10 years of running 5th edition, I still personally haven't played all the character classes. And
Same.
yeah, it's just the game it's a good little game, but it's not mechanically interesting enough for people who want to play like 60 session campaigns, right? We're only going to play
We
for
would
4
do
weeks,
that.
so I think we're only going to do like at maybe Act 1 and 2, and I'm going to be ignoring a lot of the meta plot anyway, so we're not going to be worrying about that. But the way the meta plot is supposed to work is like this is a timeline of what's happening in the Household world, and to the point where like by the time you get to Act 3. There's like new weapons become available on the marketplace, and you're able there's places in like the fairy cities that you're able to go because they finally got around to building stairs and ladders for everybody else that you can't go in Act 1. So it's an interesting thing that they've tried. I'd be interested to see if it worked for anybody's table. the first thing we need to do is everybody's chosen your name, everybody's chosen your folk, and everybody's marked down your hereditary contract, right?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Hereditary contracts. I don't see that anywhere on here. I just need to mark that off to the side or something.
It should just be in the box that says contracts.
Yeah, you've got
because
under
your
con-
logger,
under
your
condition.
contract was
Ah. I see.
So what you need to mark is you'll mark your contract, which is what you gain just from being the type of folk you are, and then you'll also have
Yeah.
a counterpoint, which is what happens when you break your word.
Yep.
Reading through the book, it's hard to not see the boggarts as the good guys and everybody else just being assholes. Because the boggarts are the ones that like stayed the course. And I think the book is written from the point of view of a boggart. Named
Oh, it's revisionist history then.
Yeah, I think it is.
Erasmo J. Hemingway is a boggart. As with many boggarts of my generation, I was born outside the house. Yeah, so just mark down your contract. I think everybody else has already done that.
Yep.
I wasn't going to do any character creation off stream. All I did was whipped up this character sheet and shared it in the chat, and then everybody was just like, "Oh, I'm going to do my character right now." So
I'm kind of like, I'd need my hand held a little bit for this.
you're the only person who did it right. Everybody else ran off, did it wrong. I don't need this open anymore. I need this open. Okay.
Ooh.
The next thing you're going to do is choose your nation. And so right now we're in this part of the character sheet. Name, folk. Your nation is your homeland. That's kind of where you were born, or it's where you live if you prefer. There is some connection between the type of folk you are to where you were born and grew up. But at this point in the timeline, there's like a time of peace. It's an unstable peace in the household. So there's a lot of movement between areas, and anybody can come from anywhere. If you're a Slua, you don't have to have been born in the basement. So you can come from anywhere. So there can be a mismatch between where you're from and where you consider your homeland, right? I was born in Ohio, but I don't consider myself an Ohioan. In fact, I find the word Ohioan offensive, and I'd rather not hear it.
Okay.
I had a list of the nations here. Oh, you know what? No, I've got a map. What am I doing? I'm prepared. I got this.
What?
I have a
What?
yeah. I'm prepared, yo. Oh, look at this. I love it. I love this map so
That's
much.
a nice map.
Yeah, don't you love this?
Oh, hell yeah.
So you come in. So the front door is here.
Oh,
Right.
that's hot.
You come in the front door. If you go through the room over to the sitting, like the living room here, you go into the blue territory, which is boggart territory. And this is where you see the Ewell
Right.
Forest. There's Bookshire and the bookshelf, Chesterfield. If you go over to the left, go to the green section, this is the Sprite Kingdom of Glasberg and Downridge at the bottom. No, Sprites are upstairs. This is Fairy Kingdom.
Those are fairy.
Yeah, because you've got
The
the
fairy town.
yeah, you got the tree coming through. So yeah, this fairy view, Fairiev, which is where they built their city, in the tree that cracked through the window. If you go up the Great Stairs, which is like a massive expedition for littlings, you end up on the second floor. This is the Sprites. So they've got Tuberdam built in the bathtub. Beddingham is under the bed here. Clockminster. If you were to go downstairs, down into the basement, this is where the Slua have
Umbrals also
planted
here.
their flag.
The Sawdust Desert.
Yeah, you go across the Sawdust Desert. You've got Alsa here, which is built on a giant workbench, the furnace. And then there are also spaces in between these areas, inside the walls, kind of uncharted territory. And these are just called the in-betweens. So in the book, there's expeditions, there's expeditionary adventures. Because imagine you wanted to go underground. Imagine you wanted to go down to the basement. You've got business down here. You would actually, because you'd have to start here. Usually at Downridge is where all the expeditions lead from. And an expedition from Downridge would take you down to the short hallway, and then across the long hallway, and then to these quivering stairs, and you come down the quivering stairs and end up at the city of Umbral in the basement. So I do love this map. It's fantastic. And so these are the 4 nations you can pick from, basically, as far as where you come from or where you grew up. And the kind of vibes of each place, like the Boggarts are the lawful good ones. They're the ones that stayed the course. They're the ones that they want to keep the house exactly as it was when the master left. The fairies are kind of the invaders. They came in and kind of took over the joint, and they see themselves as like god emperors. They kind of run things. The sprites were like the tricksters. They live upstairs. They're much closer to the working functions of the house because they're very attuned to wind and fire and water. And then you've got the Darklings, the Slua that live down here in the basement. Kind of out of the way. And you will select a nation for your character. Has everybody done that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I've got
Do we pick a nation or a city?
both. You can do both.
Or both? Okay, well, I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
Sweet, there we go. No idea what I chose.
Wait, you have no idea what you chose?
Well, I just picked Roosevelt.
Okay. Well,
I know
Roosevelt.
nothing about it.
There you go.
It sounded cool.
Yeah.
Homeland.
They all sound cool.
Yeah. Probably better than the Mushroom Thicket, but yeah.
After that, you'll pick probably the most important part of your character. This is the closest thing to character class that Household has. And all of the character classes mechanically are identical. It's not like D&D where picking a character class will determine how the character is played. Everybody's on the same dice system. Everybody has roughly access to the same kinds of things. You're always going to be doing the same role no matter what in this game. But you have your profession and your vocation. And that's just it's class and subclass. It's all, if you've played D&D, it's class and subclass. So your profession, you're a soldier, which is self-explanatory. You're a fighter. You're like a weapons master. You're a scholar, which means you're an explorer, an investigator. You're a hunter, which means you keep the denizens of the in-betweens at bay. You're a criminal, like Chris. You're a duelist, which kind of is a different kind of fighter. Or you're an animal handler. And then the animal handlers, the kinds of... It gives you a list of animals you can choose from: beetle, bumblebee, gecko, or mouse. And then within those professions, there are X amount of vocations that get more and more granular. So each of you are going to choose a profession. Your profession will give you 1 field point. I'm going to bring the character sheet back up here so I can see what I'm talking about. So over here on the left, there are 4 fields in the game: society, academia, war, and street. And then in each of those fields, there are 5 skills. Every role in the game is going to involve field plus skill. And your profession, everybody starts with 1 dot in everything. That's already filled in on the sheet. And then you'll get a second dot when you choose your field. For example, if you choose criminal, your field point is in street. That'll bring you up to 2 street. I'm just going to click through character sheets to make sure. So for example, Trouble's character, he picked soldier for his profession, which gives him a point in war as his field. Does everybody have access to that information?
Yeah.
And you get 1 point for your race too, don't you?
No, you get 1 for your profession and 1 for your vocation. We haven't gotten to vocation yet.
Okay.
I'm just making sure everybody has like the information in front of you.
Yeah.
All right, so McDowell also picked soldier, so he's going to get war. And then when you pick soldier, you also get a free dot in 10 different skills. So for soldiers, it's care, craft, investigation, athletics, authority, fight, strength, will, caution, and shoot. And this kind of brings me to the second kind of criticism I have of the game is that you can tell they were stretching to complete this skill list. There's a lot of overlap in the skill lists. And you can tell that they had a little bit of trouble making sure you could have 5 useful skills for each field. That's kind of characteristic of these skill-heavy games. The White Wolf games have the same kind of problem.
Yeah.
But it's fields and skills usually match up. Like usually when you make an authority check, it'll be war plus authority. But I could also mismatch them. I could say, okay, this check's going to require society plus authority. And I do that in D&D as well. So you should all be used to that. All right, so once you have your points filled in, you should also have a list of soldier moves or whatever your profession is. And you'll pick one of those moves to fill in on your sheet. I want to say everybody else is... So yeah, like Treble's picked Master at Arms.
No, I picked bodyguard.
Okay.
That's
Oh yeah,
Master at
I
Arms.
was looking in the wrong place. Your trait is Master at Arms.
Yeah.
Buttface has picked Take Cover. Raz has picked Jack of all trades. No, that's not Raz. That's the other guy. That's Chris.
That's me.
Yeah. So your move, each profession has a list of, I think, like 8 or 10 moves or whatever. You just pick one. These have a card suit associated with them. So just delete whatever card suits are not applicable from your move when you go to fill it in. That's going to come in. That's going to be important when you need to use your move in the game. You can use each move once per session. They recharge at the beginning of a session. Let's say use it or lose it, right? If you don't use it in a session, you're not gaining anything. You might as well find somewhere to use it. If you want to reuse a used move, you can spend a resource called an ace to recharge it and then use it again. We're going to get into aces in a minute here. So that's what you get from your profession. You get a field point, you get a trait, which is like a passive trait. Where are the traits listed in the book? Oh, it gives you one trait for your profession, and then you choose one for your vocation. Okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't go over this during table talk, but I just saw my Discord light up. That whenever I see Discord light up when I'm running a game, I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta check that immediately. Like somebody's like having a problem or something, I gotta check and make sure my players are. No, it's just Buttface posting a robot face.
We actually were having a problem.
Yeah, there was an audio issue.
It's resolved
It's
now.
been
Yeah.
resolved.
It has been resolved.
Oh my goodness. Okay. What's the last thing you remember hearing me say?
No,
No, you're good.
This has been fine.
This was like 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago. Oh my god.
I think it was just a Discord. Like, I think you probably streamed just.
I am not the most attentive dictator.
Well, we couldn't stop you even if we wanted to.
Yeah,
That's
that's,
correct.
true.
So then you'll next pick your profession has given you a field point, a trait, 10 skills, and 1 move. Has everybody gotten that far? I'm going through just to make sure everybody's done this correctly, and I think everybody has so far. So, for example, McDole has chosen the move Spin Attack. And this is basically after you hit an opponent, you can make a second roll to hit another opponent, as long as he has a 2-handed melee weapon, and that Spin Attack has the club suit associated with it. So he can use that once per session, and then if he wants to use it again, he can spend his ace of clubs if he has one. You will also, where it says ace is up the sleeve, go ahead and give yourself the ace that corresponds with whatever field point you got from your proficient. So in McDole's case, you start with the ace of clubs because you are a soldier. Even though we all know from the classic Sting song that the spades are the sword of a soldier. I guess this also says clubs are weapons of war, though, doesn't it? None of you know what song I'm talking about, do you?
Yeah,
Sure.
no, it's a good song.
It's a great song. So after you've chosen your profession, you'll choose your vocation. This is like your subclass. And these also, they get a little in the weeds. All your subclass is going to give you, it's going to give you a second field point. It's going to give you access to a couple of different traits, and it's going to give you 10 more skill points. I think my favorite subclass is the Scissor for Hire.
Yeah,
Which is what I'm picking.
I just love the sound of Scissor for Hire.
I think we've all said that exact same thing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But yes, there's 6 subclasses for each profession. This is your vocation. So if you pick Scissor for Hire, your field point comes in Street, which is the spade. You have your choice between a couple of different traits, and then you get 10 more skill points to fill in. I am going to need your guys' help to keep me honest when it comes to skill points, or calling for particular skills. In D&D, I never do this. In D&D, I never let my players tell me what skill they want to roll, but I have the D&D books memorized backwards and forwards. In this game, there's going to be more... You guys are going to have to tell me, hey, I want to use this particular roll, or at least make a case for it. Otherwise, I might just forget, like, your favorite skill even exists, because I don't have all these memorized yet.
So if my White Wolf brain is twigging correctly, like you might call for something like Society plus Charm, and then in my case, I would roll 3 dice.
Correct. That's exactly how it works.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Scoring successes works differently than in White Wolf, but yes, you're going to build a dice pool of d6s based on your field plus skill, plus any applicable modifiers, which we'll also go over. All right,
And
so
I
everybody's got a
think
profession and a vocation. Let's sound off profession, or let's sound off on basic character idea. So folk, profession, and vocation. Starting with who's at the top? My Treble's at the top of my list up there.
I'm playing Bobson Dugnut. He is a soldier guardian. Is that all you wanted?
And you're
He's
a salamander.
I'm a salamander.
So what is a guardian exactly?
Let's see. It says I don't have that page open. Let me see. A guardian is a soldier on a mission or mercenary hired as a bodyguard,
And
which is what I am.
I was talking about how like you would hire somebody on to take you across the short hallway and the long hallway to get down to the basement. That would be a guardian's job.
Yep.
You would hire on guardians to do that. All right. What about Mr. the Butt?
I am playing Willie Dick Justice, who is a sprite Undine and a hunter champion.
What is a champion?
Basically, I'm a prize fighter.
Okay.
I hunt big game.
Please tell me you're going to use that voice for the next 4 weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
The character portrait he's selected for this character leads me to believe he's going to use that voice the whole game, yes. What about McDowell? What do you got for us?
1 second. I'm writing something down.
Sure.
Buffet, so you said hunter, right?
Hunter champion, yes.
Okay, it's all going in the journal.
Name
Someone will wanna-
Striker. A Bogger from Walford. I'm a Scissor for Hire.
So
Good
there
voice.
aren't swords in Household. You use pins and needles and half scissors.
I use a Pinking's Zweihander. Which is exactly what you think it is.
And then, what is Chris playing in my terrible game?
I'm laughing too much to a voice. I'm a criminal and a thief and a liar.
I don't
One
think
of
we
those
need
is
any. We all know what a thief
So
is.
tell us about your character.
Oof.
Touche.
The quote for
Criminal.
thief is, "I work in the redistribution of wealth and open-ended loans."
Yes. So my character is Daryl Archdale. He is a lock-picking focused thief who is only there when he steals stuff.
Kind of the way they kind of define the various vocations is your profession gives you a field. Your field point is exactly tied to your profession, and then the various vocations will never give you that field point again. So, like, criminal starts with street, and then the thief variant, the thief vocation, also gives a point in academia. It's like a smart criminal, right?
Well, as smart as a criminal can be.
And what is Raz playing?
Reyes is playing. I'm gonna butcher the accent until I like settle into it. Principal Investigator Boswick, a Sylvan scholar and detective.
Scholar detective.
Yeah, which apparently like is a very like renowned in like high society role.
It is not uncommon for their deeds to become the subject of newspaper articles holding everyone in suspense, like real-life adventure novels.
Yeah, apparently I'm like some sort of celebrity.
And the reason for that is because the
Oh, wow.
household is a very mysterious place, and there's lots of things, like everybody kind of lives on the frontier. And the littling folk are all addicted to gossip. So detectives are revered both for their investigatory skills and their ability to, like, spill the tea.
Spilling the tea in this economy.
So everybody
That's a
has...
flood that might take out a whole neighborhood.
Everybody's gotten a field from both their profession and their vocation. Everybody's gotten 10 skills from your profession, your vocation. Everybody's got a trait from your profession. Everybody has a move from your profession, and then everybody chose one trait from their vocation. So you should have 2 traits, 1 move, 2 field points, and 20 skill points. In addition to the one, everybody starts with a 1 in everything.
And then you get 4 more.
And then you get 4 flex points. You can just drop 4 skill points wherever you want them. The only limiting factor is you can't have one higher than 3 at this stage in the game. I'm just going to do
Makes sense.
a quick check. That's a rule in White Wolf too. So at character creation, you can't go higher than whatever.
I just noticed something. On the character sheet that you're showing on the screen, there's
Yeah.
4 pips.
Yeah.
But on the one you sent us, there's 5?
Yes, that's
Can you go
correct.
to 5? Oh, okay.
That's just because I noticed that I made that mistake too, and I made this character sheet. And by that point, I'd already done all the layout, and I'm like, it's just going to have to be that way.
Okay.
No, you can't go to 5.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess I could fix that, but it's already too late. I've already made the mistake, and I have to live with it.
Yeah,
I
we've
wouldn't have
all
noticed
made
that if the actual sheet was on the table.
What I was thinking is I knew that there were 4 pips, and so I put the 1 in that's already filled, and then oh, there's 4 pips. I'll add 4 pips.
Yeah, no, I totally understand you did that. I just, so, like, one of my comments about the system is that I'm looking at my character sheet, and I already feel very powerful,
Oh, you're not. Trust me.
and there's not much room for advancement if I'm at 3 out of 4.
Well, your only power is the power of your luck.
So has everybody chosen your traits and your move? You've got all that filled in?
Yep.
All right, let's go to aces up the sleeve. So at the start of the game, you will start with 2 aces, the ones that you got field points for.
Okay.
And then there are... Treble and Buttface have both changed their aces based on... Because you've changed your wealth, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so by default, you'll start with those 2 aces. Aces are basically the game's version of inspiration. And this is... So you can play an ace at any time. They're up here on... On the character sheets you guys have, I tried to lay it out like this. So everything's in about the same spot. There's 5 different aces, 1 for each suit. There's also a joker. You can play an ace to gain +1 to any roll, which means add 1 die to your dice pool for a roll. In the matching suit. So if I call for a society roll, you have to play an ace of hearts. You can spend an ace to repeat a move you've used this session in the matching suit. So if McDole uses his spin attack move,
I had to spend my ace of clubs.
and you want to use it again, you got to spend an ace of clubs. To remove a condition of the matching suit. Not all conditions have a suit, but 4 of them do. If you're confused, you can spend the ace of diamonds to cure your confusion. Or if you fail a roll, you can spend an ace in order to change your approach to that roll to a skill in that field. So, as like a quick, say you have to dodge something, and you roll dexterity. I call for a dexterity. You completely fail it, right? You might spend your ace of clubs to be like, okay, I'm going to try to just power through it and make that same roll with war plus will instead. You've changed your approach to how you're going to deal with that. A joker is a special kind of ace. You can play a Joker to automatically gain an extreme success on any roll without having to roll. You can play a Joker to save a friend who is about to bow out. You can't die in this game, but you can bow out, which means you're gone for the session. Somebody can play a Joker to prevent that. You can play a Joker to remove any one condition without rolling, or you can play a Joker to replace any other ace. So Jokers are kind of wild cards that have a few special features.
Sure.
This is another criticism I have of this game, is that as a DM, I don't like assigning this kind of flex mechanic based on how cool players are. And that's the only guidance you're given in Household. This is when you're supposed to give out aces and jokers, or when players do cool stuff. Like, there's a reason in D&D I specifically redesigned and made house rules for the inspiration mechanic, because I don't like doing that. So this is what I'm going to do for these 4 sessions is I'm going to try to keep on top of it and make sure I'm giving out aces correctly. And then at the end of a session, I'm going to let the players decide who the MVP is, and the MVP will get a Joker to use going into the following session. I'm going to make it your guys' problem.
Sounds legit.
Yeah. Which
Good problem.
Same thing I did with Blips.
Pass the buck.
I don't want to think about it. We're passing the buck. So equipment and wealth. Everybody starts off in middle class. And I think the way that it worked, when I double-checked this after... I reread the book this week, but I have terrible retention. But I think the way it works is you can start with more or less wealth, depending on whether you're willing to give up an ace. So Trouble went down to poor, which gave him a Joker at the start of the game. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Buttface went up to well off, which sacrificed one of his starting aces. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Okay, so you can do that if you want. But for everybody else, starting wealth is middle class, which means you're used to a modest and decent lifestyle. You can indulge a few vices, but never have to go without what you need. And you can always afford to stay in a simple room, eat at a nice tavern, or pay for passage on a cart or in a caravan. And starting at middle class, you'll start with 5 coins in your pocket.
5 coins, you said?
Yep, 5 coins. There isn't really a currency in the game. A lot of the economy is based on bartering and trading favors and things. Coins are not literal coins that you have. This is a gameplay mechanic that is just called coins. This is just your ability to interface with the economy based on wealth.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you don't literally have to exchange coins for goods, but like if you want a Bumblebee glove, the price is 2 coins.
Tracks.
All right. So that is wealth. There's also decorum. This is how stinky you are. So decorum goes from 1 to 5. Uncouth, shabby, decent, elegant, and pompous. Everybody starts at decent, and I believe you can start with a up or down at the same cost as your wealth. If you want to start at, say, elegant, I think that's how it works. I'm going to double check.
No, I think it's if you go down to quorum, you get like 2 coins, I think.
Yeah, you get money for it.
It's okay, so you trade decorum for money. The difference is with wealth, higher is always better. It's always going to be better to be rich and have lots of coins than to be poor and have no coins. Decorum can go either way. For example, there's many situations where it's good to be shabby or elegant, and there's many situations where being uncouth or pompous is going to hurt you. That's why they use the word pompous here, to make sure everybody knows that's not the best place to be on decorum necessarily. It just depends on whether the characters are going to a fairy gala or going into like the Slua black market this session. So I think everybody starts at decent. Did anybody buy up or down on their decorum?
Nah.
Looks like y'all are decent. Yeah, everybody's decent. So you're well dressed. You're recently showered. You don't smell like a foot. That's good to know. Okay. conditions and stress. So in this game, you don't have hit points that you track. You accrue stress or conditions. Whenever you fail a roll, something bad happens to you. And it can be anything I decide. So most commonly, I will give you stress. I might also just give you a condition. I'll make you drop your decorum or your coins. And the way this works is each condition has its own thing associated, its own drawback. For example, if you're embarrassed, all of your society rolls are made at -1 die. If you're tired, you don't have any consequences. You're just tired. The limiting factor here is you can only have 3 conditions. If you ever gain a 4th condition, instead of gaining that condition, you gain broken. Broken is -1 to all rolls, and your stress cannot be replenished below a certain point. If you're broken, you're in a really terrible state. And you have to spend resources to cure these conditions. Each condition has a particular role or a cost that you have to pay. Like if you're tired or you're sick, you have to go pay a physician or have somebody on the party make an appropriate roll or have somebody pay a joker or an ace to cure the condition. Last game I played that had conditions like this was Mouse Guard. That was many, many years ago, and they didn't work. So I'm curious to see if these work better. But conditions are not like in D&D where they're just status ailments that tend to just go away. You have a condition until you solve it. If you're confused, you remain confused until you do something to fix the confusion. You can only remove 2 conditions per day. If you're removing your own condition, for example, if you're hurt and you're trying to heal yourself, you make the appropriate roll at -1 dice. It's good to have friends. And then I've got a whole table of how much things cost and where you can go to get them healed. Stress is the closest thing the game has to health. When you accrue stress, your stress meter is here. I think everybody has the same amount. I think it's 12, is it not? Yeah, it's 12.
Yeah.
As long as you have 1 empty box in stress, the game says you're okay. You're not at any disadvantage on your rolls, purely based on how much stress you have. If you're maxed out on stress, if all the boxes are filled and then you gain stress at any point, you have to bow out. Your character is just over it for the session, whatever that means based on the scene. Like it might mean that the gendarmes have dragged you away. It might mean that like a beetle has eaten your face. It might mean that you're just no more spoons for this adventure nonsense. My socks are wet. I'm going home, right?
My socks are wet.
I love my socks are wet.
One of the stress boxes has little teeth on it, or I think on the one I made, it's like blood red.
It has a red outline.
That's
yeah.
called the crucial box. When you hit the crucial box, you gain a condition, no matter what. So that's like the worst turn of your life. You're first of all, you're gaining stress, and then on top of that, you're gaining a new condition, whatever it is. Other than that, there's no point where gaining stress is going to immediately hurt you. And in most other cases, you cannot gain stress and a condition at the same time. I have to pick. Most commonly, that's going to come up in combat. The game does have combat. And enemies also have these little tooth boxes on their stress, but they work differently. I have totally different mechanics for running enemies than running players, which is also kind of something I don't always like, but it is something that's very common in 5th edition D&D. It's very common for monster stat blocks to work differently from players. And maybe it's just you have to do that if you want to have a combat-heavy game sometime. You guys aren't going to have to worry about that because I'm running all the monsters. And then below that we have your contracts, which you filled in. You gain your contract from which kind of folk you are. On this, the character sheet I made you is not nearly this fancy. But terrible, terrible things happen. Terrible, terrible things happen when you break a contract. And they're called terrible, terrible things. And the reason they're called terrible, terrible things is because young folk, children, Their parents will tell them like, oh, you're a boggart, so if you ever give your word, you have to keep it. And children will go, but why? What'll happen if I don't? And the parents will say, terrible, terrible things.
And terrible, terrible things is capitalized.
Is capitalized. In fact, the book it introduces the concept of terrible, terrible things, and thereafter they just call them TTTs. TTTs are basically if you break a contract and you gain terrible, terrible things, or if you gain them through any other avenue. Like I can just give out terrible, terrible things if I want. I can impose contracts upon you in the game that might be more difficult to keep than your starting contract. Basically, the way it works is you can have up to level 5 terrible, terrible things. Let me actually pull up the... I'll go to the actual page to give examples. I think an example might be very, very helpful here. Page
They're pretty terrible.
They're pretty bad.
Some of them are just annoying. Some of them are more... So, for example of a level 1 terrible, terrible thing. So the way it works is you will accrue a terrible, terrible thing. And then it won't happen right away. I'll just have it in my pocket. And then at some point, maybe the worst possible moment, I will bring it out. So the more terrible, terrible things you accrue, the more bad that thing can be. So level 1 terrible, terrible thing might be like... a stroke of bad luck ruins your clothes, lower your level of decorum. So decorum down by 1. That's a level 1 terrible, terrible thing. If you're up at level 3, you've accidentally swallowed poison or some spoiled food. So if you're a level 3 terrible, terrible thing, and the party's like, oh, we're going to go to this cafe and get coffee and cakes. One of you got a butt cake, and now you're poisoned. Congratulations.
Oh,
And this can go all the way up to level 5. And terrible, terrible things last until you make them stop by amending your violation to whatever the contract is. So, for example, McDowell's playing a boggart. If he gives his word and goes back on it, he's got terrible, terrible things until he makes good. Until he either keeps his word or makes whatever amends are necessary. Chris is playing a Slua, so in his case, it would be like a gambling debt. He's got to pay off his gambling debt, or whatever the case may be. And terrible, terrible things are what you have to put up with in payment for having these contracts. Like you guys have your sprite abilities or your Slua abilities. Whatever contract you have, terrible, terrible things are the other side of that. So the more contracts you accrue, the more powers you get, the harder it is to keep everything straight, and the more likely it is that you'll accrue terrible, terrible things. Sound terrible enough?
Sounds the terriblest.
The terriblest. The very terriblest.
Like one of the terrible, terrible things I think is like a spider just shows up.
Yeah, like level 5 terrible, terrible things. A giant huntsman spider barges in a moment of great tension and wreaks havoc. That's pretty terrible.
Tarrasque for this game, I want to say.
Like another one, this one's awful. Like whenever you suffer a condition, you immediately suffer another. Like that's level 5. Like you got to really upset the karmic balance of Fairyland to get to level 5.
So be a good kid.
And I don't think I'm misreading this, but so if you have at least one level of terrible, terrible things, and they don't come up if I don't impose one on you, at the end of the session it gets worse. So if you're at level 1 and it just doesn't come into play, that means the house has more in store for you, and you go up to level 2 for the next session.
Can you resolve your terrible thing like by fixing your contract before the bad thing happens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's also personal contracts between individual fairies that don't have necessarily like a magic ability associated. And then the book says they're like, if you break one of those, there's like little superstitious rituals you can do. Like put a circle of salt on the ground and hold your nose and spin around 10 times. And maybe that will ward off the terrible, terrible things. The way I read that kind of thing, though, is like, I would let your character attempt it, then not tell you whether or not it worked. That's how I would manage that, I think. All right, let's just go over the dice system real quick, because I think that's all for character creation. Everybody's got everything filled in at this point. And... oh, memories. Yeah, there's memories and experiences. You gain one memory for each chapter of the game. My intention is everybody starts with a prologue memory. Do you guys want to just go through your prologue memories here? This is the closest to like a backstory I'm allowing you to have.
Mm-hmm.
What's Bobson's prologue memory?
He is the long-suffering employee of Dick Dustis.
I guess the next question is then, what is Dick Dustis's prologue memory?
I set out to make a name for myself as a slayer of beasts, and by declaring, "I will fight a tiger and win," and hired Bobson Dugnut to help in this endeavor.
Don't think you
So
could
do you
fight
want-
a tiger.
Do you want the? Oh, you want the prologue, like, because the prologue or the memory?
Well, it's your prologue memory. It's the memory you get from your prologue.
Well, they write both. They do both. So like
Just do both. Just
Yeah. My actual prologue is born in the upper floors in the son of Beddingham, Bobson fled the city to escape crippling debt, and with nothing but his trusty bolt and the clothes on his back, arriving in the moldy marshes and desperate for coin, he accepted payment to ensure the safety of Dick Dustis while he is on his quest to fight a tiger and win. So basically, I'm stuck being with Dick Dustis until he fights a tiger and wins.
So that kind of sounds like a personal contract that you've made with Dustis, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
if you were to abandon Dustis to this quest, you would incur terrible, terrible things.
Right. He's paid me to do this. Like, I was destitute and desperate. So like he actually gave me one of the coins he started with, and I have it on my character sheet.
Got it.
Yeah,
So
you-
coin
I
has
have
coin,
equipment.
coin has changed hands, which I know is the instigator for terrible, terrible things.
For sprites,
And-
yes. Services
sprites.
rendered.
My equipment lists Bobson Dugnut. Don't worry.
Wow.
So like if you actually look at my so like people can't see this, and I imagine normal people haven't played Curse of like the Golden Idol game, but his my art is one of the characters in his art's goons that gets spontaneous combusted, which is a joke because I'm a salamander.
It's a good joke. I enjoy it.
So
So there won't be any tigers in Household. Like, tiger's not going to be... But my favorite kind of monster story from the book is they tell a story at one point in the book of the Battle of Quillwaters, where a great white dragon has infested the fountain near the house. And they had, like, all of the types of folk had, like, come together, put their differences aside to, like, put together a war party to go out and drive off this white dragon that was... And then you turn the page, and it's a goose.
I mean, obviously.
there's a tiger. There's the picture of the tiger in Discord. It's an orange cat.
Yeah, see, a cat would be like this white dragon. This would be a creature that you'd have to drive away, and it would be like mythologically difficult.
Right. No, I'm playing a blackguard. Like,
Gotcha.
this is not happening.
Which that's the character from Golden Idol that you've ripped off. Is
Yeah,
the same exact guy. Although he did solve all the problems in the end, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did. Spoiler.
All right, McDowell, what's your? Do you have a prologue memory?
I hadn't really given too much thought into this, and
What about
still
Daryl
kinda struggling.
Archideld?
Daryl was just another forgotten soul within the masses of the Horde. He spent his life trying to remain invisible. The only evidence of his existence is the unlocked doors and the empty stores of the wealthy.
What I really like about what Chris has done with this character sheet here, because I put the portrait square on the character sheets, and some of you guys picked portraits, and Chris just like, I'm putting my prologue there. That's what he did. Which I
His
really
memory is that he stole a treasure map.
Stole a treasure map. And what about Principal Investigator Boswick?
I haven't gotten that far. I have just, in the last 3 minutes, I've written a sentence. It all started with a letter, and I'm just going to leave it open.
Fair. That's fair enough. If I was a player in this game, that's exactly what I would do.
Yeah, we're going to see where that takes me.
Sentence ...
Yep.
Love it. Where did this artwork come from? This Jack of Spades that you posted?
So I started just typing in like fantasy playing cards, and I found this Jack of Spades, and I was like, dude, this actually like looks like a guy in a trench coat with a pistol that I'm imagining my character is. A little more modern, and he probably doesn't have the horns. So
Well,
I just used it. Like it's just for aesthetic. It's a placeholder.
I like it, but like it looks like a Slua.
I mean, yes,
Kind of a
but
bug man.
I just wanted to fill in that box so I didn't have to write like my prologue in it.
Right. Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
There we go. I got one.
Okay.
He was discharged dishonorably from the Walford. I'm looking for the name that the Gendarm.
The Gendarmes. So the Walford Gendarmes have discharged you. Walford is an especially cool community because it's one of the places in the house where they have tamed the in-betweens and actually built a city in the in-between. So you're actually inside of the walls.
Ooh.
And apparently, Stryker Dandleton served there and was dishonorably discharged.
Yeah.
Okay. So the way that we're not going to get into a lot of character advancement because we're only going to play for 4 weeks, but
Right.
basically your prologue is your memory from before the game, and then when we get to the end of chapter 1, you would choose a memory that happened during the play session, and then that memory would inform. I think you get like a skill point, and then depending on what chapter you just completed, your character gets some advancement. I'm not going to worry about that too much in this. Maybe after our second week, I'll advance everybody to the next chapter just to give you guys a little something. That's what your memories are for, is they kind of tie in what happened during the game to how that informed who your character is becoming, and then that determines what new mechanics you get access to. All right, let's talk dice system. What are these wacky dice happening here?
They're funny and
Oh my
strange and
God.
weird.
Oh, this is embarrassing. This is a novice move. My goblet and my shield are upside down.
Oh no.
Oh God.
It's actually just a beaker
It's
and
a flask and a
A
arrowhead.
duck foot.
You guys have no idea how much this hurts on the inside. So
It's one of them's an umbrella.
Rookie mistake. How long have you been doing this? Jeez.
I've never run this game before.
It's not a shield. It's a tent. It's a camping tent.
I use a goblet and a shield, and they're just when you're rolling the dice, it's not going to matter. But when you have them laid out like this, it looks like I've made a terrible, terrible mistake. McDole,
Terrible, terrible things.
Sir.
give me an academia insight check. Show me how it's done.
All right. All right. So that's 4 dice pool because I have 1 from academia. I have 3 from insight. Pick up that.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up.
So this is
That looks like
McDole's
one pair.
academia insight roll. And there's no numbers on the dice. What you're looking for is pairs. So he's got 1
Yep.
pair.
Yep.
In this game, you can have basic, critical, extreme, and impossible rolls, and then basic, critical, extreme, and impossible successes. So if on this roll I was calling for, all right, give me academia insight, and I need 2 basic successes, I might call for.
Don't have it.
In this case, McDole doesn't have it. He's got 1 pair, so 2 matching dice. But what he can do now is he can re-roll. If he wants to re-roll, he takes all the dice that are not involved in a success. He sets this success aside, and then re-rolls everything else.
Nope.
Now, in this case, because he failed his re-roll, he loses this 1 success, and now he's got a failure. However, if he had gotten, say, this goblet would have given him 3 of a kind, which is a critical success, which counts as 3 basic successes.
I see.
And then at this point, if he wanted to, he could do what's called all in. All in means it's your second reroll. So he could do this and see if he improved, which he did. Now he's turned it into an extreme success, 4 of a kind. But if he had failed this, if this had been anything else, he loses all his successes.
Mm-hmm.
So when I call for a roll, I'm going to say something like, give me academia insight. I want 2 basic successes. Or I want a critical success. Or I want an extreme success, which is 4 of a kind. And then you have that roll, re-roll, all-in mechanic in order to try to hit that goal.
So you roll, and then if you re-roll, you don't lose any successes you have, but you lose everything if you Go
if
all
you
in.
re-roll and don't improve, you lose 1 success.
Oh, you lose 1 success. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
So how does counting successes work? So like, this would be. Oh, I'll just do that.
So
like, if I rolled this, I would have 2 successes.
Where
But
are you,
what would,
where,
like-
where are you rolling at?
Sorry, I'm just rolling them over here.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is
So
2
this would be
basic
2
successes because you've got 2 of a kinds.
But what is this in terms of number of successes?
That is 1 critical success. A critical success is worth 3 basic successes.
There we go. That's the question I want. Thank you.
All right.
So you said you lose 1 success if you re-roll and don't improve. So like,
Correct.
let's say you roll this exact thing, the first roll,
Yes.
and then you re-roll the 1 dice.
Yes.
And it's not a thing. Do you go down to 2 or do you lose the whole critical?
Ooh, that's an excellent question.
Because if it says
Yeah.
you lose 1 success,
My read is you lose the critical.
okay, because you said it was worth 3 successes.
It's worth 3 basic successes. So if I call for a roll that needs 2 basic successes and you roll a critical, you're good.
I also read in the rules that you can't trade up 3 basics to become a critical. You can only ever trade down.
Correct.
Yeah, that sounds right.
If I asked, I don't know why I would ask for 3 basics, but if I did, you couldn't. If I call for a critical, you can't hit it by rolling 3 basics.
Straight up.
I think that would be harder anyway.
Yeah, you'd have to roll
Yeah.
something of a kind in that case.
Now, some of you
Or-
might have free rerolls, depending on what traits and moves and things you have. A free reroll never risks losing success. So if you have anything that grants you a free reroll, use it as often as you can. Do not sit on that. A free reroll can be made even if there are no initial successes, and you don't lose a success if you reroll and fail. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have extra successes, say you have a basic success that you don't need, there's 2 things you can do with it. 1, you can spend that extra success to take an extra action on your turn. For example, I need you to give me a critical success to hit this monster. And you roll a critical and a basic. Well, you can then use that critical to hit the monster and then use the basic to do something else in the same combat round. There's a list of kind of things you can do that kind of corresponds to what like an item interaction is in D&D, which I'll pull up if we really need it. But the example that I'm thinking of is it takes a roll to reload your weapon. If you're using a firearm or a crossbow or something, you have to take an action to reload it, usually. In this case, like critical success to fire at the monster, but you have an extra basic success, use that to reload. That's a thing that I think sounds fair. You could also give away extra successes to a friend. So if Treble rolls a critical and a basic, he only needed a critical. There's somebody else that needed a critical and only got 2 basics. Treble can give away that basic to them, and now they've got 3 basics, which doesn't count as a critical success, but can mitigate damage coming in combat. So don't let your extra successes go to waste, I guess. In combat, degrees of success matter because the roll you make will determine how much stress damage you take. So even if I tell you need a critical success, if you don't get the critical success, but you get 1 basic, you can still reduce the damage you're taking by 1 instead of taking all 3 damage. And that's where I think this mechanic of giving away extra successes will be very important.
So does that mean that stuff's not tallied until the end of a turn? Because if it's tallied at that turn, then going first is an active detriment.
So there is no first. It's all simultaneous.
Yeah,
I
it's all
think it's player
simultaneous.
turn and enemy turn.
There is a player turn and enemy turn, and it's the same kind of rolls. You guys are making the rolls on every turn. I never have to roll for monsters. So
Okay.
on your turn, you'll decide what you're trying to do in order to damage the enemy. Whether it's use your weapon or fire a shot or running a distraction or whatever you are thinking of doing. I think the only limiting factor is it's always based on your war field when you're in combat. But you guys will make those rolls all at the same time, do your rerolls, whatever, add up the successes, and the number of successes you guys make will determine how much stress damage my monster takes. And then on the monster's turn, I actually roll a die to determine what the monster does, and then that will tell me what reactive roll you guys need to make. So you're going to alternate between making like attack rolls and saving throws, back and forth. And some of these monsters are very, very, very difficult. They're just really mean.
Like the tiger.
Like the tiger, yeah, the tiger is especially mean. All right. So that covers combat, I think. It'll make a lot more sense once we just get into it. But basically, you're going to always make the same roll. You're always going to build a dice pool. There is a potential for modifiers on a dice pool. Like you might have a trait that gives you +1 modifier in this circumstance, or -1 modifier in this circumstance. If you're familiar with advantage and disadvantage from D&D, same thing here. If you have advantage, you add 1 die to the pool. If you have disadvantage, you remove 1 die from the pool.
I think they call that
Favorable and unfavorable conditions. An example of favorable versus unfavorable conditions that they give explicitly is you can take cover. If you go behind partial cover, you have +1 to reaction rolls to dodge attacks. Like if the musketeers are shooting at you, dive behind cover, you've got a +1 in that roll. But you then have -1 on all actions you take while you're behind cover.
So, question, is that something that they have bolded and capitalized? Because that's interesting, because they have, when you look at the items and stuff, it's helpful in hindering. That they have bolded and things. Just wondering if they use 2 different keywords for basically the same thing.
Possible, I don't know. I'm reading my notes
there's
here that I've made.
Helping and hindrance is more than just adding to the dice pool. There's like multiple options you can use for it.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I did read that.
I was thinking help and hinder was more of like things you can do to other characters.
They do give like an option of pull of like 3 or 4 things that the GM, I suppose, can give you when you have something that's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So like, there's like 4 things they list. I didn't like take a picture of that.
Yeah,
help and hindrance is more like having the right tool for a job, or having somebody who's physically helping you, or carrying so much weight. So it's kind of the difference in like in D&D terms. Your environment sets the difficulty, and then your circumstances determine whether you have advantage or not.
Right.
That's kind of how I'm looking at this, but there's a lot of flex in either direction, right?
Yeah.
So what it says here is when you can rely on help of someone or something, you get one of these benefits. Gain +1 on an action or reaction roll, which is favorable conditions. Gain a success without rolling the dice, which is not favorable conditions. That's a little different. Or gain the requisites to make an action roll that you normally wouldn't be able to make. For example, doing something that it would be impossible without a tool. You can't dig without a spade, right? And then hindrance is exactly the opposite. The example it shows here is a littling trying to climb up a spool of thread. Well, he has an acorn strapped to his back, dragging him down. He's hindering himself. Whereas on the opposite page, you got a dude climbing up a spool of thread while he has a grappling hook, which looks, what is that actually? It's like a hat
Fish
pin?
hook?
Little hat pin. This is where scale, because yeah, it looks like kind of like a fish hook, but it's a fish hook that's like 1/20th the width of a spool of thread. So they haven't worked their scale out. It's fine.
They must have made that decision very early on. Scale's over. We don't.
Yeah, which is fine. You know, I'm gonna deal with it.
It's just local distortions in narrative space.
So yeah, favorable and unfavorable conditions. Those are going to be things in your environment that's going to alter your dice pool, which would be the same as in D&D setting difficulty class. Help and hindrance are equipment or assistance you're receiving from another person. And that will give you one of these 3 benefits or drawbacks. One of those benefits is favorable or unfavorable conditions. It actually spells out here animal companions. We have a monster. We have a hunter, or not a hunter, an animal wrangler in the group, don't we?
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
Oh, okay. I was confused because Buttface has a trait called Beastmaster, which he thinks is going to help him against a tiger. He thinks a tiger counts as a gargantuan beast.
Look, I just want all of the free rerolls. Okay, I saw a free reroll trait, I took it.
Yeah. Unless I run the whole story and you're only fighting other littlings and you never fight a beast.
I know your bog hag curses. I'm gonna need all of the help I can get.
Well, he also has the sharpshooter trait, which gives him a free reroll with guns. So if he shoots something, he gets a free reroll, and I don't think that's limited. Every time you fire your gun, you just get that free reroll. I've played Broken Compass, which uses the same dice system. It's more of like an Indiana Jones kind of pulp adventure kind of thing. Same dice system, and those free rerolls kind of become what define your character, what they're best at.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very useful. All right. Is there anything that I haven't covered on the character sheet or on the dice system that you guys think we should go over?
Did you go into detail on equipment and how it helps or can be used for help?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that real quick.
As in, why should we spend our money?
You should spend your money.
I've spent most of my money.
I have 1 coin left over.
I spent 5 coins.
It's not a lot that's worth 1.
It's
Cloak
good,
was worth
it's
more.
good to have 1 coin in your pocket, right?
Oh, no, I found something I want. There we go, I've spent it all.
So you have basic equipment stuff. For example, like a fire starter, lockpicks. Jewels are listed here. A pack snail, that's fun. A telescope, a theater ticket. These are things that you kind of carry and you have. These are things that define your character. They might be useful. There's also gadgets. Does anybody take gadgets?
No.
They're expensive.
They are expensive.
I thought you took a bunch of gadgets. Buttface,
No.
did you put them back?
I didn't take any gadgets.
Okay.
I took a bog standard grappling hook instead of a powered one.
So yeah, gadgets are basically Batman equipment. Like there's the spring-loaded grappling hook is one. I like the spring-loaded roach. Who doesn't love that? Cobweb bomb, the emergency revolver, which I imagine like a single-shot Derringer that you can't reload. The basic idea here is these are like powerful tools, but once you use it, it's used up until you make a roll during downtime to refresh it. And then there's like lists of weapons and things. Does anybody have questions about the weapons they picked?
Mm-mm. I made notes and took pictures of the relevant information for my weapon.
Okay.
Well, I do have one question.
Yeah.
So it says, the weapon I took is a bolt, so it grants you the benefits of partial cover. So, and I took a snip of the partial cover. It says, for your action, you must leave cover or suffer -1 to your roll. Does that apply? Do you have to like leave the cover of a thing you're carrying?
Because it's wide?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no because it says grant you the benefits of partial cover.
Okay.
That would be a very
Okay.
specific wording in D&D, but this is not D&D. I'm going to assume you don't get -1 to all attack rolls made with this bolt. And that's another minor criticism I have of a lot of RPGs is you get like wording like that. Like that's where if that had gone through QA in a D&D book, they would have fixed that. They would not have printed grant you the benefits of partial cover like that.
That would have been another turret situation if we ever played that.
But no, I'm not. Yeah, I don't think the intention here is to. Because it would be -1 to all rolls with that weapon. Then I just don't think that's the intention.
Yeah, I'd have to like
That'd be
use.
very
I'd have to
weird.
use an action to leave the cover of my weapon.
Peek out behind
Yeah,
your
which
bolt.
just doesn't make sense.
It's
Yeah.
that heavy.
It's not that it's heavy; it's that it's wide. Heavy just
It
says
is also heavy.
helpful to break through items and doors.
Oh, I didn't even see that heavy was also a trait on it.
It's
Yeah.
not about the heft of your bolt; it's about the girth.
The girth of your bolts.
Rebel's bolt is a real.
It's
good.
both long, heavy, and wide.
Yeah, it is.
I don't see long on here. I see,
It's
two-handed.
two-handed. Yeah. Requires two hands.
It's reach. It's got reach.
How many coins is this? I might buy one myself.
But like two-handed says it takes two hands to wield properly, which means you don't have another hand to do anything with. And
also
it's
it's
hindering in
hindering.
tight spaces. So yeah, it's a big, bulky weapon.
Yep.
Did everybody like pick a weapon and stuff? Everybody's got all that
Yeah.
written
Yep.
down. Let me just go through.
I did notice that unless it specifies you get a free weapon, you have to purchase your weapon, which is bull crap.
The weapons are expensive.
This is why I went for the free weapon.
Well, yeah, I know. Buttface got a free weapon.
I got the most expensive free weapon.
Must
How
be
did you get a
nice.
free weapon?
Because I took it was either my vocation or because I was a sharpshooter. I forget.
So you what
Oh,
weapon
yeah, I
did
was
you
sharpshooter.
what weapon did you take?
I got a long keysket.
So I think technically that would not be. You would not be allowed to take that because I think long and heavy keyskets don't appear on the market until chapter 2 or 3.
It was listed on the things of weapons that you can pick.
I thought the only thing that changed in chapter 3 was that weapons were like double barreled and you could shoot twice before reloading.
Oh, is that it? Okay, that could
That's
be
all
it.
I saw.
So you can have a keyskip, but you can't have a double-barreled keyskip. I'm not going to impose anything like that. I'm just going to let you guys have what you have. So
I mean, keyskets are cool, man.
they are. They're keys that fire bullets into roaches and stuff. I'm just flipping through character sheets to make sure everybody's kind of got something. What does illegal mean? Illegal means might cause you trouble with the law. Don't let the Boggart Gendarmes catch you with that pin tip.
I don't understand why
It's,
that's
it's not mine, I
illegal.
swear, officer.
I don't understand why some of that stuff is illegal. But yeah.
Because only
Yeah, like-
criminals use those kinds of things.
Like brass knuckles are illegal.
Ask the fairies. All right, it's their laws.
Nail tip, pin
Yeah, like,
tip,
well,
brass
how are
knuckles
brass
illegal?
knuckles illegal, but a razor is fine?
But
Because
pistols
you-
are totally fine.
Because you can conceal brass knuckles on your person, and you can't conceal a razor. I'm assuming illegal are weapons that like. If you're carrying around a half scissor, everybody knows you have it. And if they like pat you down, they can take your half scissor away before they let you into the gala. If you got a pin tip snaked away inside your cloak, nobody's gonna find it.
We
Listen,
let
I hide mine
another
in
pat
my
down
hands.
character.
I don't know. The portable pistol is small, but it's not illegal. So
Well, remember that scale is not a thing. Portable pistol.
I don't have that. I have
We
a
don't have
regular.
a. We don't have a. I'm looking for artwork of the portable. They have artwork of a bunch of different weapons. I'm kind of looking for it. I don't see it. Can comfortably be carried in your jacket or purse. I guess I can see that because the next generation of the next pistol will be the precision pistol, which looks like a flintlock, which is way too large to conceal. I think a portable pistol should be illegal.
Right? I also thought that.
Yeah,
but-
well, I didn't read the book. I'm just some guy, you know. I'm just here.
Funny little sidearm guy.
Yeah, just this is a scrinkly little guy with a gun in his pocket. All right, so I want to double check that. So Trouble, your move is Bodyguard. That's a heart and a spade.
Yep.
And Buttface took Take Cover. That's a heart. Or no, that's a heart and a club for Trouble. It's a heart and a spade for Buttface.
Yep.
McDowell took Spin Attack, which is only club.
Yep.
Chris has Jack of all trades, which is only spade. And Raz took Attention to Details, which is heart and diamonds. Oh, this is an interesting one. So, Raz, you have Attention to Details. You can find an opponent's weak point. That's a game mechanic. All opponents have a weak spot. The way it works is, as your action, you can make an investigation plus war roll equal to the opponent's difficulty. So if it's depending on what difficulty class the opponent is, that's how many successes you're going to have to get. And when you do that, I basically roll on a random table to determine what opponent's weak spot is. You can do that once per opponent. Everybody's got a weak spot, but they've only got one, and you can only exploit it once. So on your turn, if you decide to try to find the enemy's weak spot, you either will take advantage of it on your next turn, or you can shout it out to one person who can do it this turn. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like this move, I just get the weak spot, right? Because it says or find an opponent's weak spot, so I don't have to like roll for that.
Whenever you use the move, you can find an opponent's weak spot. But remember, you can only use the move once per session, unless you recharge it by spending your ace of hearts or diamonds.
Aces. Yeah.
And we're keeping a session to the entire Sunday period.
Yes, when we're finished playing this at the end of tonight, that will be the end of the first session. It's going to be a short session. I usually don't like to do character creation and play a session on the same day, but because character creation is relatively short, and like the dice system and the character creation is so easy that you guys mostly did your character sheet without any coaching or anything. Like all I did was paste the link to the character sheet in the chat, and within hours, people had their characters done. So it's nice and simple.
That is too nice to be said for a homebrew system like this.
Well, what you give up though is the complexity that allows a game to be interesting for years, like D&D.
Yeah.
So, like 10 years and fifth edition's over. Are we all in agreement? Like it's done. Whatever we're into now, it's not 5th edition anymore, which is fine. But like, I still haven't played all the character classes, and I've played a lot of 5th edition.
I mean, we don't know if like the 5.5 or whatever they end up calling it is also done because they fired everybody.
That's true.
Who's even left to make the books?
We have no idea. But yeah, I had like a moment of weird clarity because I literally populated the NPCs of the last campaign was every 5th edition character I'd ever played, and I'm like, I've never played a wizard in 10 years. I've never played a wizard in 5th edition.
Yeah.
You have to let us know how playing Peachberry goes.
I can't wait to play Peachberry, but next time I had a chance to roll up a character, we played this Broken Compass game instead. And I rolled up Sir Harris Healy, gentleman adventurer, God save the king.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And he has the spring-loaded grappling hook.
I'm trying to imagine his place on the ship.
Oh, you mean his place on the Deceit?
Oh, under the seat. Yeah.
Because the game we're playing, the whole game is like there's this Victorian era like steampunk airship, and we're going on adventures.
Oh, I didn't realize I was that close to home.
Yeah. So
No,
I think he doesn't have a role on this ship.
That's always going to be my rubric. Is I'm just going to be like, okay, how does one of this new brick character fit onto the seat?
The discussion we had at the table was the GM running the game said the intent is for like you guys to control the ship. So amongst the players, decide who you want to be the captain. And I think I said, well, I think Sir Harris would definitely step up and insist on being captain, but I don't want to play the captain. So let's just say he said that, and then everybody shot him down and picked somebody else. And we're like, great, that's fine. So our captain is this like 21-year-old like Irish knucklebreaker kid. Like this absolutely untested punk kid. It'll be fun. Healy would not join the Deceit.
Well, Healy would go to the Deceit, and then he would immediately get a wedgie and get shoved in a barrel.
No, absolutely not. No, Healy, you can't make a fool out of Healy. His household doesn't do this. Household doesn't have like an ideal, whereas Broken Compass has an ideal. You pick a phrase that your character lives by, and Healy's is the whole world gone to hell is no reason for bad manners. And no matter what's happening, at 4 p.m. is tea time. Doesn't matter what's happening around him. He will sit down and have his tea. But he couldn't be a pirate. He would never be on the Deceit. All of your characters here I could see on the Deceit, for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't say he was like a crew member on the Deceit. I said that if he stepped foot on the Deceit, he would get a wedgie and get shoved in a barrel.
No, if Healy steps foot on the deceit, it's because his vessel is commandeering the deceit.
Or the other way around.
I guess the deceit did turn into an airship at the end, so that would be
It did.
fantastic. I think Dick Dustis is just Gary, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna fight the tiger and win. All right. Are we all feeling pretty comfortable about character creation, about how the dice system's gonna work? Everybody's eager to just kind of get into it, start
I think so.
Seems to make
rolling
sense.
stuff. Great. Then what I'm gonna
ready.
do is we'll take a 15-minute break. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel, and at about 4 p.m. we'll come back and we will start the story properly.
I am starving,
Yeah,
so I'll see you then.
Yep.
Hey, Budface, when do we break these stupid like extra jokes that we found?
Oh,
Or
I
unintentional?
assume that comes up naturally.
Okay.
Oh no. Should I be afraid?
No,
I
it's
mean-
just they were like happy little accidents that like we didn't intend, and then like
It just
Like-
it just came up naturally because of how charming and clever and witty we both are. That's what I'm going with. I don't know what
Sure.
story you want to make up.
for the people who are still listening, the names that everybody picked except for Raz, because Raz has characters.
Raz has to be different.
Well, Raz has characters he absolutely wants to play. I about 6 months ago I made the joke of whatever we for the household thing we should pick names from this, and I posted that a meme of the picture of that 90s baseball video game with the where they have like the fake American names like Sleeve McDykel.
May I read these out? These are great.
Yeah.
We've got
By all
Sleeve
means.
McDykel, Onsen Sweeney, Daryl Archihield, Anatoly Smnorny, Ray McSnurf, Glenallen Mixon, Mario that's Mick Rollwain?
That's an R and an L, and yeah,
Yep, Mick Rollwain, Ruel Chamberlain, Chamberlain,
Chamberlain, yep. Raul Chamberlain, yep.
Kevin Nogginley, Tony Smihirik, and then of course we've got Bobson Dugnut and Willie Dustis. I didn't realize ours were next to each other.
I didn't either.
Jeremy Girded or Jeremy Gride, Jeremy Gride, Scott Dork rhymes with Torque, Sean Furcoat,
That's shown.
that is shown, Dean Wessery, Mike Truck, TRUK, by the way, Dwight Rortegal. I feel like that is a Vorpal name.
I feel like that'd be Dwigged.
Dwigged.
Dwigged. Rortugal.
Tim Sandley, Carl Dandleton, Mike Cernandez, and Ton Bonzales.
Odd Bonzales, yes.
Todd with 2 Ds. Don't get it twisted.
Oh.
I'm picturing, and Raz will have to prove me wrong, but I'm picturing Raz as a Poirot-like. Just a horrid little Frenchman.
Is there any other?
Well, yes, Poirot is Belgian.
Yeah, that's why I laughed at that. I've seen all of the Poirot TV show, that one that ran for years and years. I love that show.
Yeah.
It's so
It's
good.
good times. I'm glad we're letting Kenneth Branagh like have his time to just Poirot it up.
Yeah,
Melodrama to the max.
definitely the best portrayal of Poirot.
No, I'm partial to the TV show's portrayal. It's endearing.
The TV show, that's what I'm saying. The TV show's the best.
Oh yes. Sorry, I thought you were saying Kenneth Branagh. I was like, no, he's action hero manning it. I was
No,
like,
it's,
that's
the main of the guy that did it on his name's like David something. I forget his name, but yeah, no, I like his portrayal of that character the most.
Yep.
And
I'm gonna get up and grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Hell yeah.
don't threaten me like that. Ugh. I'm not looking forward tomorrow because I got to go back. I will have to actually do work. Like
Same.
we're stepping out of that like weird like fog.
Yeah, the
of
holiday
time.
fog.
Yeah, that weird
Yes.
that is the week of Christmas and the week of New Year's.
Yeah. It's always It's always the worst dealing with that.
Yeah. It's like double bad for us because like in my job I have to interact with people, like they call in requests
Gross.
and tickets, and like I have to go help them solve problems. And then you can't and then I have to meet metrics. They're like, oh, why is this open? Well, it's because everybody takes the last 2 weeks of the year off. There's nobody here. Well, you're there, so do something. I'm like, sure.
Can't do it if the complainant isn't there.
Yeah. So
I had it pretty bad here the last couple days because I was one of the few people who was like scheduled to be working over that New Year's limbo period, and then I got sick and took the week off. I was like, oh no, everything's on fire. And someone's bright idea was to implement a new ticketing system, like a brand new the way that we do tickets, whole new implementation of it over
I love
New
it.
Year's. And I'm like, well, this is not the time, my guy. Things are
But
on
have you
fire.
considered is the best time when nobody's looking at it?
I want as many eyes on things as possible so that when stuff goes wrong, it's readily apparent rather than being found out 4 weeks down the line after
I mean,
the
I
contracts are
don't
signed, everything's set in stone.
I don't like that doesn't make any sense to me, honestly.
I want the alarm bells ringing immediately.
No.
you want there to be people present to fix the problem. You don't want like the people that implemented it to go immediately on vacation.
Yeah.
We used to have a
But
problem.
that's who you get to blame if something's wrong.
Yeah. We used to have there used to be an issue where the people who they would do like these massive sweeping changes on like Monday, which they're not supposed so like things that would cause like massive downtime. They're not supposed to do that. They are supposed to schedule it for like kind of not peak periods and then like watch it. But they used to do that crap on like Monday so that they would have Tuesday and Wednesday to like fix it. And then they got in trouble and now they do it on the weekends because they didn't want to like cut into their weekends.
Yeah.
So it's always the worst. You're like, oh, they've pushed this giant update to this program on a Monday. Cool.
There goes the next 2 days of me trying to get anything done with it.
Yep. Let's see.
So, unrelated to anything, but Kingdom Hearts 1 is janky as hell.
Yes, it is. Kingdom
I
Hearts
tried
2 is mechanically a lot better, but story a lot worse.
I tried to play Kingdom Hearts 1 whenever the like remaster repackaging of it came up. Not a girl face,
Yeah.
big into them. And I got maybe 2 or 3 hours into it and I was like, I just can't. Nope. I don't care enough to even try and push through this. I didn't get out of Alice in Wonderland. I was like, I'm done.
A lot of the stuff goes a little too long. It's like you're just kind of I can't even tell you what like Sora is doing for that part of the game and like why he's there with Mickey and Goofy.
He's trying to find his friends.
Yeah, everyone disappeared off of Happy Fun Time Island.
Right.
And then he got swept up into the land of Disney, and I'm like, why? And
Well, the
also, Cloud is there, I guess.
and Yuffie and
And Squall.
yeah, Squall.
I don't give two shits about these Final Fantasy hooligans.
What?
I give more shits about the Final Fantasy hooligans than I do the
Than
Disney.
Kingdom Hearts does, yeah.
Well, then the Disney people do, then the Disney side.
I mean, I also don't care about the Disney stuff. Like, let's be very honest. I was not the target audience for either of these two properties.
And then in like Kingdom Hearts 2, like because Kingdom Hearts 2 came out like right after 10-2. So they put Yuna, Riku, and Pain in there as
They
little
did.
fairies.
I remember that.
And they're fairy. They're like a foot tall fairies. They fly around and they pose. And I don't think they are plot relevant at all.
No,
just
but they give you a Keyblade.
They just show up, pose, and then leave. Here's a Keyblade nerd.
The only thing I give a shit about for Disney is being able to do 2 words as Goofy, which is Dorschmax. And that's it. That's all I got. Dorsch.
Kingdom Hearts is one of those things where Kingdom Hearts 1 is pretty janky, and the gameplay does get a lot better in 2. And I haven't
Yeah.
played 3 because, like, oh, just watch a recap video. I'm like, no.
You have to play all
Pass.
17 spin-off games. You have to.
I
They're all
hold on.
plot relevant.
Ugh. Kingdom Hearts games. How many actually are there? Because like no, like they're like, oh yeah, you should play it. Like I was burned just by going from Kingdom Hearts 1 to 2. Right? And there's only one game in between those. Like just missing that one game in between like screwed up my understanding of what was happening in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Isn't
just-
there an entire spin-off game to explain why Mickey Mouse doesn't have a shirt in a cutscene?
Yes. It's the demo for Kingdom Hearts 3, Kingdom Hearts 2.8.
Okay, never mind. I was not expecting the hard yes.
Like,
What is
like
so-
that plot hole had to be like filled.
plot relevant Mickey nipples. Got it.
Yes.
So what is so jank about Kingdom Hearts 1? Like what has twigged you to its jank?
Sora is just really floaty when he jumps, and also like the platforming is not as tight as it could be.
I mean,
I want to say it's because this is wigging a memory for me. It's like the air control has weird momentum to it.
yes, it does. The thing that I dislike about that game in particular is the sections where you are not on the ground, which is all of Under the Sea. I don't actually remember what they call it. Atlantis. Right? Is it
Atlantica, yeah.
Atlantica? Yeah. It's like that entire section, like where you hit square and like to go up and down, and then anything involving Peter Pan. Like there's like a whole boss battle they make you fight flying in the air, and I hated it.
There's the one
Unrelated,
boss.
unrelated.
There's the one optional boss there that you have to stop time the whole fight, because otherwise, if the time runs out, you have a doom clock basically.
Yeah,
And it's Big Ben from London.
yeah. I don't think, but okay. So there was
It's not even the good Big Ben from the Great Mouse Detective. It's the Big Ben from Peter Pan.
Yeah.
I really hate how these card suits underneath all of the different stats on this character sheet. The Spades one is a spider. I hate that.
You don't like spiders?
It makes
No.
sense. No, it's a street. It's the street. That said, I kind of think that the spade should be war. Because that's supposed to be a sword, right? I'm not misremembering that. Like this.
Clubs are the weapons of war.
But like I'm pretty sure that like this was
Isn't it guns for show, knives for pros?
like
Big fuck off shiny ones.
what is the origin of the club suites or card suits? It's like wands and swords and cups and stuff. Let's see.
Or are you thinking about the tarot deck?
No, I mean like the modern card suits are from a yeah,
Yeah.
like over time they switch from, so it's clubs, cups, so swords and coins. And I'm trying to remember like which is like which, but I guess it doesn't matter.
If we didn't naturally come across the
Pentacles or
Golden
something.
Idol character sheet stuff, I was also considering using Balatro Jokers.
Oh, like using one of the Balatro, like, you know, it'd be great. Like if we were actually using battle maps or whatever, I would absolutely take the Balatro Jokers and use those as player tokens.
Pretty good.
Like
On the character sheet, there's the Joker emoji, but the Joker emoji sucks, so I'd use a crown emoji.
What is a
sense.
Joker emoji? Hold on.
It's just a playing card with a Joker on it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you could have used the clown.
that. That emoji has baggage.
What is the... Sorry, no. I need to unpack your clown emoji baggage.
You use the clown emoji when you're calling somebody a clown.
Do you get called a clown a lot? Do we need to... Is everyone
Clown
okay?
is a very politically charged word right now. If you're calling somebody a clown,
I
you're
have
calling
not
them
been
all kinds of
following
things.
clown politics. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay, let me draw a different comparison for you. You wouldn't use the eggplant emoji as just a stand-in for a normal vegetable. Because
You
there's
don't know
huge
what I
baggage.
would and wouldn't emoji. You don't make presumptions about my emoji
Okay,
usage.
if you make a post like, hey man, I love vegetables, eggplant emoji, everybody's going to think you're saying something else.
I don't have a Blue Sky account right now to tag you in that post.
Dude, this is not Blue Sky. This is not new. This has been like emoji etiquette since 2008.
This is tech
We-
stuff, man.
We
Yeah.
just got emojis in Canada last year, all
I
right?
just got them last year.
that is fair.
My favorite misuse of emoji, my favorite, are when people post like patriotic text or what things that they think are patriotic messages, and then put the Liberian flag emoji. That's my favorite. So like the Liberian flag emoji, if you post it, it doesn't mean you're from Liberia. It means you're a dumb patriotic American that doesn't know what the American flag looks like. That's my favorite.
Hang on, I have to see this because I'm not.
And a peach is a butt.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
You've never seen the Liberian flag used? Somebody
No.
will post like a really dumb patriotic message, usually like a boomer to Facebook or something, and use the Liberian flag emoji. Yeah.
Is it this one that I just posted in Flump Party chat?
No. How, that doesn't look anything like the
What? I typed :flag _
it's this.
Ah.
That's the Liberian flag. It's the American flag with
Oh.
1 star in the corner instead of 50.
Ah,
So people will post like dumb patriotic things they think sound patriotic and then use that emoji along with it, thinking they're using an American flag emoji. And it's really funny every time it happens.
there's not even 50 stars on the 50 on the American flag emoji.
Well, no, because you can't physically fit 50 stars in the size of an emoji, but like you get a representation of what it's supposed to look like.
0 out of 10, worst emoji ever.
To be fair, that emoji almost looks like it's not even 50 pixels wide.
The fact that it represents former slaves is just
Yeah, that's the founding of Liberia, were Caribbean slaves who had gone back to establish their own country in
Yeah,
Africa.
that's-
And part of the
That's
reason their
just like
flag looks
perfection.
like that is because it was based on the same kind of founding democratic ideals as the U.S., but they're not the same flag.
Why
No,
does
they're
the
not.
American flag emoji look desaturated?
That's a good
Because
question.
America is desaturated.
Oh, you guys got the desaturation filter on.
Yeah, it's like you go down to Mexico and they have that orange filter on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
oh,
know.
that explains Hollywood
I
movies.
don't like where
Hollywood
this is
movies.
going. Let's stop.
In Florida,
it-
everything's made of neon.
The parts of Canada where it's like really cold, there's a blue filter, blue light.
Yeah,
filter.
no, that's the Twilight filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is blue. It is the blue tilt.
I don't do a lot of traveling in my life, but I've only traveled to one place that looked exactly like I was expecting it to look, and that was Tucson, Arizona. When I went to picture
I mean, it's
in your
true.
mind, what does Tucson look like when you're coming down in the airport and you land? That's exactly what it looks like.
Yep. Yep. I drove into it, but yeah, no, you right.
I mean, I don't know what you're imagining. I'm imagining it's like the Grand Canyon's right there. But I've
Yes,
I
seen
enjoy driving
Yep.
from like Phoenix to the Grand Canyon because you go through Flagstaff and you're like, where did Arizona go?
I've seen parts of Arizona and like the Sedona Grand Canyon region. Like, holy shit, that's beautiful.
Do everybody back? Are we waiting on anybody?
I think we're all here.
I think we're all here.
I'm here.
Good. Let's play Household.
Okay.
Sure.
There
What's
are
that?
no sexual emojis in Household.
Are there handholds in Household?
I'm about to perform 3 magic tricks. You guys ready?
Okay.
Blink and you'll miss them. Magic trick number 1. Watch this. Poof. All of your characters know each other.
Cool.
Here's another one. Here,
Nice.
What?
here we go. Poof. All of your characters are friends.
What?
Yeah,
Well,
watch
have
this. Watch this.
friends.
Third magic trick. Poof. All of your characters are willing to go on an adventure together.
No.
Hooray!
Okay, fine.
Look how I accomplished that.
Wonderful magic.
This is actually something that a lot of new DMs have a lot of like anxiety over, and there's constantly things posted to the subreddits like, how do I get all my characters together to go on the? It's just that easy. Poof, you guys are.
You set the expectation at the outset that hey, we're going to go into this game with the assumption that everybody already knows each other,
Yep.
etc., and so forth.
And we don't need
Which
to
is
get
what
into,
he does every single time.
in D&D. It's D&D. You pick your ideal, your bond, and your flaw, and I always use bond to make cohesion within the party to ensure that we're always on the same page.
So, not to beat this drum again, but I laid those expectations out when I ran Witchlight, and you immediately ignored them.
True. And then what happened?
I mean, I fixed the problem.
Did you kill his character like you should have?
No, I remember Witchlight, like we all had the same bond, which was like the fairy queen had stolen something from us, and we had to go into the Feywild to get it back.
We were all supposed to be children or something.
We're all supposed to know, you're all supposed to know each other as children. But that's
Yeah.
fine.
I think we
It's-
just,
And
just
Brooker
decided on
played
that.
an elderly druid.
Yeah.
She
Like you're
wasn't
all about this.
elderly,
You said
was
she was an old
middle
woman.
age at best. Yeah, but then you
was
corrected
crotchety.
me, and then Mott drew fan art of her not as an elderly rabbit woman, but just like a very disappointed rabbit woman.
Yeah.
So what you're
Same
saying is the
thing,
magic trick
right?
is to just get Mott to draw your characters together, and then you're stuck.
I will say without
Basically.
any exaggeration or reservation that when you see artwork of a character, it informs who that character is in your mind forever thereafter.
Yep.
It's a
Sarah has
very
hair,
powerful
goddammit.
tool. Sarah is a snake with a wig. I know that wasn't your intent, but it got drawn, and
It
then
happened.
some exciting news for all of you.
Ooh.
Wherever you were in the household, whichever nation you were in fact, what back, let's go back to this for now. During the setup.
Oh, back to the world map.
Yeah. I'm going to try to not just show every piece of artwork in the book on the table, but we're not going to be actually using the table for much except rolling dice on. And I might, for next week, have to fix the dice because it's really bugging me. It's really, really upsetting.
Rick, what if I just? Oh, that's not the right button.
Playtest your
Oh
dice.
no, Raz, what do you? Oh.
Oh, how do you rotate? You can't rotate dice.
You can't
Oh,
rotate dice.
everything is ruined. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so sad. You all got an invitation, a card None of this was delivered to the proper channels. I forget what the actual postal service is called in the household, but there is like a group that like delivers missives back and forth. Didn't come through the normal channels. It wasn't delivered to your abode or your office, your place of business. Just at one point, like you opened your wallet one day and it was there amongst the bills, or you came home and it was folded on top of your mailbox, left by an unspecified party, or you got to the bottom of your mug of ale and you noticed the card down at the bottom covered in suds. And all it was a date, January 5th. Beddingham. Professor Kensington Bellsworth and his splendiferous clockenized menagerie. And for whatever reason, it's up to you what the reason is, but for whatever reason, the vague invitation, so bereft of detail of who this person is or what this menagerie might be, has intrigued you to the point that if you were not already in Beddingham, you have made the journey there. I think two of you are just from Beddingham. Trebles, the Bobson Dugnut is from Beddingham.
Yes. He fled due to get dead.
Oh, so going back to Beddingham is dangerous.
Yeah, I guess.
But you don't have a choice because your
'Cause I have
equipment on Dustus's sheet.
Option, we're headed to Beddingham.
Ah.
Ah, one of your favorite noises. Oh, I love them.
It's gonna be this for 4 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, that's basically it.
So Beddingham is up on the second floor. Up here in the bedroom. Also here is Clockminster and the Rose Vault. I think Tuberdem is probably my favorite household city. It's just built on top of, around the edge of the bathtub, and it's like a floating city like Venice.
Oh,
Apparently
Tuberville.
the bathtub is always on. Like, who left the water running?
Yeah.
Hubbardam.
Yeah.
The art for that is amazing because they have like
It's
Boats.
also the worst scale ever.
yeah.
It's the scale is listen. Household is not scale.
I just realized that, like, I mean, this is supposed to be a British setting, so we have the ground floor, but they didn't commit and call this the first floor. It's the upper floor.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Well, you wouldn't call
Now
it the
you'll always
first
think-
floor if there's only 2 floors.
I think that they do, actually.
I think ground and upper is probably more proper. And then ground and first is more for like a high rise that has many, many floors.
I don't know if I've ever heard upper floor.
It-
But, I mean, I'm not British, so...
It bothered me for the longest time that the elevator in Lastis Yar was not using English flooring numbering.
Also, I don't know for sure that the manor house is in England. It's not anywhere. It's not in any specific setting. The Littlings don't have any concept of like human nations or anything. But I get the sense that it's in like maybe like a faux English.
It's on the farm. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, you guys all get this invitation. It's a date and it's a location, Beddingham on the top floor, or the upper floor, I guess we'll say. Professor Kensington Bellsworth and his splendiferous Clockeneyes menagerie. It's up to you to decide what your interest is, but you've made the journey to Beddingham. Were any of you actually in Beddingham when you received this missive?
No.
No.
Stryker probably was.
Stryker
Except,
was?
My
Yeah.
employer.
Nope, we weren't there.
Why was Stryker in Beddingham?
Job took me up that way.
Finished up the job.
Yep.
So you probably got your envelope with payment in it, and upon you took the payment and going to discard the envelope, you realized there was this additional
The
invitation inside.
And
In other words, somebody slipped this invitation to each of you at some point without your knowledge, and it did not come through any official channel that you're... And there's no promise of payment for anything. There's no promise of anything. It's just the date and a place. And an apparent sender.
Menagerie implies they might have a tiger.
How
Do we have enough time to travel there for the 5th? Like, I'm assuming we're arriving on the 5th?
You'll be arriving on the 5th, yes. Or before the 5th. You'll get there in time. This is where I have to go back and forth in the book some. Also, if it is an English house, the names aren't derived from the people who lived there. They're derived from what the Littlings call them. So Littlings might not have the same numbering convention as an English building would. To them, it would make sense to have a second floor because there's no third floor, right? There's only an upper floor and a ground floor.
I mean, there are 3 floors here, so.
I don't want to deal with fairy math.
The basement's not a floor. I will not be taking questions at this time.
Heard of dog math? Well, here's fairy math.
Upon arriving in Bettingham and kind of looking around, you notice that, well, first of all, let's talk about Bettingham, what the city actually is. I've got great artwork of Bettingham that I need to pull up on theimmigrant.com.
Everybody's favorite girl.
Don't have my own web hosting at the moment. I'm kind of like in between launching web pages. I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. So Imgur is what we're using for now. This is a fantastic piece of artwork. I absolutely adore this. So we're looking at like gang war in Bettingham. Mm-hmm. So Bettingham it's a sprite city. It's the capital of the upper floor. And it's built underneath the bed. So what we're seeing in the sky here are the
underside of the box spring.
The cross beams and things, the underside of the bed. And in a friendly gesture, the Boggarts who live down on the ground floor gifted the people of Bettingham these strings of lights from their Yule tree to put up. So underneath, it's always illuminated. And here you just see some gangster kids. So what I love about this image is, like, if this kid didn't have his shield up, he's dead. He's just brained.
Yeah, no,
he's
I was just
ultra
going to say
dead.
that, like, I've never seen gang warfare look so pleasant and joyful.
It says
Like,
picture
everyone
here.
is so happy.
Okay, first
Children
of all,
playing.
like,
Children playing. I don't know.
well, okay. So what I'm hearing from you is I have a bunch of people in this call who have never played by shooting BB guns at each other.
Yeah, actually, my brother has, and he was in the emergency room afterwards.
Okay, right. You understand then? This is playing.
Whether this kid is brained with what is that? Like, it's got to be a small rock or something. I also don't know what the boy in the background is standing on. He's like mid-step, mid-stride, but he's not standing on anything.
Oh, you're right. He's like a foot off the ground.
He's
Well,
just leaping.
He's a
Well,
tiny,
excuse me.
a tiny foot.
He says
What is on something, like the red thing in the background? He's like stepping forward, or it looks like. But that mouse is like the epitome of like, oh, I'm so interested in this.
He can't
So
wait to watch this
happy.
child do a face plant because it's not a walk.
He's so happy. Look at him.
I just love how this
He is
child in the
living his best
foreground, like his ear is chewed off.
Yeah, that
yes.
was from the mouse. That was from the mouse.
So one way you can think of Bettingham
Oh,
is, it has this very kind of like London aesthetic to it. It's gang warfare is a big problem in Bettingham. There's lots of like dark alleyways and things. So you've got two gangs, the Thimbles and the Blackwater, who are kind of like vying for control over the streets. There's like an overbearing police force that goes through the alleys trying to crack down on this, and they inevitably crack too hard. They're just called the Capital P Police. That's all. The Littlings of the Police Patrol. But they wear red jackets. I don't know why they're not called red jackets. What I would have called them. But yeah, it's this grand city. It's the capital of the upper floor. And anybody who's anybody has... Like if the fairy kingdoms are kind of the capital of culture, then Beddingham would be kind of the capital of like commerce and the black market on the upper floor, which is why there's so much gang activity there. There is also, I believe it's the greatest university in the household. The University of Bedside is here, which falls under the jurisdiction of Beddingham. Nobody knows how the lights are actually powered. They're electric lights, but nobody knows how they're powered. They were put there by a sprite called Wise Paracelsus. Wise Paracelsus is kind of the leader of the sprites throughout the household. He's also called the Dust Sprite. He's the only known Dust Sprite. Everybody else is either a Drain Sprite or a Fire Sprite or a Wind Sprite. But he's a Dust Sprite, and he builds wonderful, magical marvels that nobody else knows how to do. And he's the one who has concocted some way that all of Beddingham is powered with this artificial lighting gifted to them from the boggarts of the Yule Tree. So, arriving in Beddingham, here, let me get my notepad up. Oh, it's a sad moment because the notepad I have to close in order to run this game are my notes from Lorelei.
Oh no.
They're gone now. Oh, I don't need these condition notes from D&D. I'm going to close those too. We don't need those. that'll just confuse me. So let's go down the list here. I think everybody has the same player order I do, right? Is that the same across all players?
It goes clockwise, I assume, right? Starting with trouble.
Yeah, so we'll start with
Trouble.
Trouble.
It's written on the top right of my screen.
Yeah, on the top right of the screen.
Duh.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do first, if you'll permit me.
What it is this spot right here is white. That's player 1. And then
Excuse me.
And then they proceed in
And it's color
relatively rainbow order.
Trouble's character's name is Bobson Dugnut. I'm just going to make a note of character names so I can use them. Buttface's character name is Dick Dastardly.
Sure, all right, fine.
get it right. You don't Dick Dustus.
Willie Dick Dustus.
Is it Dick or is it Willie Dick?
It's just I go by Dick.
Surprised it's actually Billiam.
Most people just call me Dick, and it's stuck.
Daryl, his brother Daryl, and his other brother Daryl. I'm sorry, was that reference to 80s for y'all?
No.
Yeah.
It was
No such
perfectly the correct amount of 80s.
Okay, I'm just going to make these notes here. All right, so you've just arrived in Beddingham after a long journey. I'm assuming Bobson and Willie Dick have shown up together, as is their wont. What is the first thing you do when you guys hit the town? When you guys arrive in Beddingham?
The first thing my character does is like pull his hat down, like as far down as he can, and then like scrunch his shoulders and insist we get off the street as quickly as possible.
Dugnut, old boy, didn't you say you were from here? Can you show me any of the local cuisine?
Shh. Don't say my name out loud.
Willie Dick.
Why not? Why ever not?
So what is Dick Dustus doing when he arrives? I'm assuming you're the one who's making the decision of where you're going in the city.
Yes, and I'm asking my porter here to find me an alehouse somewhere where we can settle down.
No, there's no shortage of ale houses.
I'll find a mid, like not like super expensive, but not like a hole in the wall.
Okay.
You know, just like a
Nice middle class ale house.
like middle class. You know, somewhere like a place that I can't afford because I'm poor.
No, we dine on my money, dear boy. We always do.
So, I mean, okay, fine. Like I'll shrug and then like direct him to the most expensive, high class restaurant in the place.
It's a
There
high
we
class.
go.
Okay. That's going to make a change on what roll I'm going to ask for here.
Fair enough.
What is Striker? Well, Striker was already in Bettingham.
Yeah,
Where were you staying in Bettingham?
probably somewhere pretty middle class. But hey, he just got paid, so he's treating himself.
All right. There are two gangs. Well, there's lots of gangs in Bettingham, but there are two that kind of vie for control. The ones that actually control streets, the ones that actually blackmail businesses and things for protection money. Is Striker involved in any of that, or is that like beneath him, or is it a matter of payment? I guess is a good question.
It's a matter of payment.
So one of the gangs are the Thimbles. They wear green checkered jackets, and they are exclusively boggarts. They're a boggart gang. The other are the Blackwaters, and they are impeccably dressed Slua.
Probably the boggarts.
Okay. So
Probably
you
works
like
with
you will
boggarts.
Striker will take jobs from the boggarts
Yeah,
and not the Blackwaters. Okay.
correct.
Just bear with me one moment. So what you're going to do is you're going to get this invitation. You're going to go and spend your dosh.
Yeah.
Okay. What does Daryl do upon reaching Bettingham?
Daryl is just gonna kind of stroll around the town and see where the residential areas are, where the shops are, case the joint.
Case the joint. Do you have any connection to either of these two gangs?
No, he is exclusively with the Horde.
Okay. What about Investigator Boswick?
Boswick is going to arrive in Bettingham and go to the Bettingham branch of his detective agency.
Okay.
And he is going to put the card on the table of the receptionist's desk and say, "My address is private. How is this sent to me?"
You say your detective agency. Do you run it, or are you an agent in a larger...
He is a president and a member. No, he's the principal investigator. Like, he's in charge of all of this. But it's a very small detective agency, as small as it needs to be for me to not have to worry about it.
Okay. Bobson, I want a streets caution roll. Dustus and Striker, I want society etiquette. Daryl, I want... Is it Daryl or Daryl?
Daryl.
That's a Kids in the Hall sketch. It's Daryl. I want street investigate, and Boswick, I want academia investigate.
Oh, that's actually...
Reroll. All or nothing. Nope.
All right. So you got 0.
Is my check regarding information about the house, its history, and the famous littlings that inhabit it?
Nope.
No.
Because none of that applies to this invitation you received.
Oh, I don't have any successes, so I can't
Yep.
reroll, right?
So you can't reroll
I
unless
got
you
two
get
basic-
a free reroll.
So I have 2 basic successes.
2 basics?
I would.
Is this like... Let's see. I'm gonna
I don't know what I need, but I guess if I don't need 2 basic successes, can I give a success to somebody else?
You can.
Okay. Who do I like more?
I'm only
Yeah,
going to call
but-
it 1 basic to succeed on this roll. Buttface, what did you get?
I got 1 basic.
1 basic and treble.
1 basic.
Bobson got 1 basic. So yeah, Daryl wants to give one of his. The other thing you could do with that one, because you have 2 basics, you only needed 1, is you could use that other success to make another action right now that you think might assist. Of course, you don't know what you're rolling for at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm rolling for, so I can't really prepare another action.
I don't
So
think it
who-
super matters. Pass it to whoever.
Who failed? Is it just Razfield?
Stryker doesn't have one.
Striker failed too.
And Boswick doesn't have one.
We're gonna give one to Bosniak.
All right. Give one to Bosnia. Got it.
Bosnia is all they'll
Ooh,
be.
charity. I love charity.
Dick and
You
Bobson.
think 5 dice?
You come to this. He wants the ritziest place to get the best ale, and you take him to this swank, upper class, very expensive spot. And you recognize one of the faces in the crowd, looking a little bit out of place in an establishment like this. It's none other than Stryker Dandleton.
I'll point him out to Dick and say, let's go and ask if we can go say hello.
As you're going to go say hello, and you're going to cross the room over there, and as you're crossing the room, 2 Slua gentlemen wearing impeccable clothing are flanking him, one on either side. These 2 Slua look like they belong here. They're very well dressed. They're very upscale gentlemen. Stryker, what is Stryker's? He's decent decor, in which I'm going to say is like one down from where you kind of need to be in an establishment like this. And you said you were going here to blow your paycheck. You wanted something better. Yeah. So you're sitting at the bar, feeling maybe a little out of place. And you realize only too late that these 2 members of the Blackwater gang are closing in on either side of you.
This is something I noticed.
Yes, you and Dastardly over here, Dick Dustus.
And I'll say, sir, we need to. This is an acquaintance of ours is being accosted.
Ah, Ballyho then.
And I just straight over to Stryker, clasp him on the back, and go,
Stryker, old bean.
Well, you're not
Willie Dick
you're not
Justice.
going to reach him before these 2 Slua do.
"Oh, not at all."
No, you guys just stepped in the front door and saw your friend sitting at the bar, and as Bobson is pointing him out, you note these 2 Slua are kind of closing in on his flank.
Shout at him.
Yeah. Then I just shout at him.
Stryker, behind you.
How does Stryker respond?
Han immediately goes to the Zweihander on his back, and he starts to stand up.
Okay, now the 2 Slua just melt away back into the crowd of the place, and you see them no more.
And again, then just continue the stride over and go,
Stryker, there were some shady characters behind you closing in. Maybe this establishment is not ideal for a regrouping. You have somewhere else in mind?
Daryl, you're casing out the streets of Beddingham, and you're walking through one of the more upscale neighborhoods when you hear out of the corner in your periphery a very distinctive and familiar voice just call out, Stryker! Turning around, who does it seem to be other than good old Dick Dustus and his put-upon slave boy, Bobson Dugnut?
Slave boy, okay.
Daryl will spin around. Bobson, what are you doing here? He will approach the group.
I'll jump and I'm assuming he kind of snuck up on me.
I'm also assuming I'm too boisterous to notice.
Place is just crawling with Slua of all kinds.
Yeah. I'll turn around and have my fist in the air like I'm going to punch him and be like, "Oh, Daryl? Hello.
What are you 2 doing here?
We came here for lunch.
Lunch? Can you
Also-
afford it here?
Please." No. But he's paying. You want to sit down with us?
Oh, if he's paying, absolutely.
Yeah, come on. I pull up a chair. I pull the chair out at the table that Stryker's sitting at, and it's for Daryl to sit at, and then I take a chair across from him.
Okay.
And,
Boswick. Here's what you know, or rather what your branch of the investigative services here, the littling FBI, knows. This name, Kensington Bellsworth, not on anybody's radar. Came out of nowhere. It's popped up in a couple places as somebody who's been spreading money around in Bettingham, here and there. All they know for sure about the guy is that allegedly he only ever drinks at this one establishment. And they seem surprised that like they've been doing this investigation kind of off the side, just trying to keep tabs of who's who in the city, and then you roll up with this invitation from them demanding to know how it was sent.
Excuse me. Boswick will instruct them to make this a priority investigation, and then he will go to this specific bar that he probably passingly recognizes.
It depends on your familiarity with Bettingham.
Yeah, he knows this realm pretty well.
Well, let's put it this way. If you tell them, hey, we need to make this a priority, what they're going to say is, got it. We're going to put our best man on it. His name's Inspector Boswick.
Well, so, I mean, he's going to lead the investigation, but he wants support. He wants them to focus on this investigation and not like, okay, you got it, boss, and then turn back to whatever they're doing.
And so how familiar is Boswick with Bettingham? Like, have you been here before?
God, I need the world map again. I'm gonna say that he is familiar with pretty much everything in this room. Like there's 3 cities in here. He has an investigative branch in each of those cities.
Okay.
And then beyond that, like he's been outside the large bedroom. He's been outside it before, but like only once or twice.
Okay. Then yeah, you know the establishment in question, and as soon as you walk in there, is when these other group of characters that you're familiar are getting established around a table.
Boswick will approach the table with the card in hand, holding it up as he takes a seat and says, I don't suppose you want to use behind this.
Boswick, you as well? A happy accident we're all here, eh?
I see you didn't
I don't
answer my
believe in
question, Dick.
coincidences.
I don't think this is an accident.
So you all have one as well, then?
I'm just trying to flag down the waiter so I can get food. Because this is part of my compensation.
To be clear, Bobson and Dustus both got your own invitations. It wasn't just Dustus that received this invitation. Both of you got one independently.
Right.
Yeah. So you're just checking out of the conversation, just flag down, hey, bring me over some roach mullet or whatever we're eating.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, bugs
he
are
knows
delicacies.
Boswick's all business.
You definitely will be eating bugs during this game. Everybody loves bugs.
Raz the player hates this so much. Like, oh, I hate insects. Why have you forced this
Protein.
on me?
What's the knife ear from Refantasio?
Oh yeah, no, that whole part of the game where we were just eating sandworms. I was like, I feel you, Stroll. I really do. I cannot Hulkenberg my way through this.
Hulkenberg, that's the one. Thank you.
Oh, I see. We got there.
She's what, a Roysant?
Roysant, yeah.
Roysant? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get your food order in, and the food comes around. I'm assuming that Dustus is paying for the table.
Absolutely,
Yes,
more the
ma'am.
merrier, as I always say.
Never turned down a free meal.
But yeah, this Bellsworth fellow, we've all got invitations. Anyone know where they came from?
I have my best men looking into it right now, and I'm the
Presumably
only one on the
this
case.
menagerie.
Aren't you your best man?
I see we're paying attention.
Why don't you just say you were looking into it, though?
Well, then it doesn't seem like I have an establishment of lackeys and salarymen doing the work for me, does it? Reputation and image being what it is. I'm sure Dick can understand, and he turns to Dick.
Men are nothing if not for their appearances.
Decorum.
You guys have a nice meal. Something about drinking is that Slua can't get drunk off of normal liquor and wine because they're like immune to poison and have like constitution and stuff. So they have to drink literal poison in order to feel anything. The normal stuff is called XXX.
What is this Australian beer?
And anybody who's not a Slua has to like make a roll against drinking XXX. And there's a more concentrated version called XXXXX.
Oh,
Which
man.
the
They
book
didn't do
describes
4X
as
because
literal
that's
poison
copyrighted.
in the most
Yeah.
in the purest sense. So Slua have to drink poison in order to.
It's trademarked. I'm sorry.
So yeah, XXX is available pretty much anywhere that's going to have Slua customers, and XXXXX is the kind of stuff that Slua drink at like their own backwater like poker games and stuff.
Now, is this the type of stuff that like the other folk would like take shots of as like a dare and then
Go
I don't
blind.
know.
Yeah. It would kill
Is
you. You would take
is
a shot of it, and then you'd be in the hospital. Like
It's methanol. Okay, got
So
it.
this is not Everclear.
definitely don't order the XXX unless you're a Slua. And I assume that like if you're in a Sprite establishment here in Bedingham, like I imagine Slua would come here and be like, "This isn't real XXX.
There's only 2 X's at most.
This is 2.5 maybe. This is XXV."
What do they serve it from? A bottle of Raid?
That's really funny. Because now I'm picturing roaches sitting around doing shots of Raid.
That's why they have to change the formulation of Raid every year.
Yeah, you guys are having a nice meal. You get your ale, get your wine together, having a discussion, catching up on how long has it been since the 5 of you went on your previous adventure. We won't get into like what that adventure was or where, but like, has it been years and years or what?
I'd say years. Just that's what my gut is saying.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Is how I feel.
Maybe like we've seen each other individually since then, but like since all 5 of us have been in the same room, probably years.
Okay.
I think if we're friends, Daryl has definitely been sending Bobson little trinkets to help him pay for food and rent.
You've just been getting a string of just illicit goods delivered to your
Yeah.
mailbox.
Oh,
Okay.
Mouse
You know-
cheese. And he
You know,
just eats it.
I'd like to think that like the detective agency has been keeping tabs on these 4.
You
Are
have a
they still
dossier on
alive?
each of them.
Good. Yeah.
Like-
I'll just pull out their file and say, "Ah, so this is what you've been up to the last 5 years." He does that
For
at the
some
table.
reason, you
In
know
fact-
every illicit thing that was sent to Bobson.
Yeah, in fact, that's what he does. He pulls out his briefcase and looks in his files on each of you and says, "Ah, that's what you were doing all these years," without actually asking you about it.
I like to think that Dustus's file was like 4 times fatter than everybody else's.
It's just all nonsense.
It's just all nonsense. There's nothing in there that's useful to anybody. It's just shit we can't believe a person would do.
We're a very thorough detective agency.
How are your rates?
Reasonable.
They're very reasonable. What kind of job would Stryker take? Like, is he a leg breaker? Is he
He's kind of a leg breaker type, yeah.
okay?
But he will on occasion take the vermin hunting type job.
So you'll take a kind of job where they'll send you into the wall, into the in-betweens.
Yeah.
All right. I'm kind of picturing Stryker and Bobson being like of a similar vein, and the difference is that one just took a full-time patron and the other just wants to freewheel.
Well,
Yeah.
not so much took a full-time patron as I didn't read the contract I signed,
Mhm.
and it's just so open-ended that I'm basically stuck until he defeats a tiger.
That's actually a very interesting point to bring up on a contract, because you are held to your contracts, but that does not apply to contracts that you make under duress. If you're forced into it, it doesn't count, and you don't suffer terrible, terrible things if you break your word. So, for example, if a fairy needs to sign their name to form a contract, if you hold a gun to their head and make them sign their name, the contract is null and void. But
That's not what happened.
no, trickery
I was just
and
the first-
mischief
And
is
stupidity-
okay.
stupid-
Mastery.
Gaslighting, lying by omission, these are all fair play as far as the littlings are concerned when it comes to contracts. So you can be tricked into a contract.
The way that I see it is I was just like the first rich idiot, and Bobson was just desperate and would agree to anything at one point.
Right place at the wrong time. Right?
Yeah.
But now you're paying for his meals and his drinks, so it's fine.
Right.
So is that going to be the difference then? Like, Dandleton has not gotten tricked into a long-form contract? Like, does he take a special care to make sure he's not tied down?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, I wasn't tricked. I'm just stupid.
That's fair. What's your academia score? Oh, yeah, you're as stupid as a person can be. You can either be completely stupid or you can be a genius. Those are your only two options. Intelligence.
You sort of end up that way,
5
don't
or 20.
you?
As you guys are discussing, the door of the place opens and you hear some oohing and eyeing for a moment from the other patrons at the other tables and the bars and the wait staff as this clockwork gecko strides through the door. And what's interesting about it is it's not being driven by anything. There's no strings attached to it. It seems to be moving of its own accord with these very janky, unnatural movements. And the gecko makes its way over to the middle of the room. And it does this perfect 90-degree turn, so it's facing your table. And it opens its mouth, and for just a split second, it lashes out with this long, mechanized gecko tongue unrolls in the table. And let's have everybody give me, call this street dexterity. I want a critical success.
Well,
It's gonna be difficult, but
that's impossible.
oh wait, that isn't rolling. Hold on. There we go.
So there was a thing where you can, when you re-roll, you can say you want to do something a different way. I'm trying to remember.
When you re-roll, you set aside the successes you have, and then you re-roll
is-
everything else.
Which is 0. What is the thing? I'm trying to look.
I think
the
you
thing-
use an ace for that.
You can use an
You
ace.
use an ace.
Yes.
Gotcha.
You could use
Yeah.
your ace of spades here to add 1 die to your pool.
I'm gonna re-roll.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just have a success, not a critical.
Okay.
But I can.
Yeah, I
I
have a
can-
success. That's it.
I can
I have nothing.
use my ace of clubs to kind of say, because the thing you mentioned before was like just tanking a hit versus getting out of the way. I feel like, let me bring that up. Sorry.
Are you talking about changing your approach?
Yes, changing the approach. That is also a thing you can do with aces.
So yeah, if you fail the roll, and you can
I checked it.
think of another action that makes sense here,
Mhm.
You can, like, if you want to use a club action, like maybe war athletics or something,
Yeah.
you can cash in your ace of clubs to make the roll again using that. You're changing your approach to what's happening here.
Okay.
So yeah, if you failed and you want to cash in your ace, you can do that.
I'm not going to do that, but I just wanted to be clear.
Okay. So nobody got a critical success?
I got a basic success.
Basics,
Partial.
Basic's not going
I've
to do
also
it.
got
Hans.
a basic success.
You know what,
Does
I'm gonna
anyone
go
have a
all in
basic
for it.
success?
Go all in. Okay.
Well, you get
Wait,
one
hold
reroll
on.
first.
Hold
and
on.
then-
You did your reroll.
Yeah, I
but
did.
didn't
I did
succeed.
my reroll.
Can you still go all in?
What?
If you did your reroll and didn't improve, you've lost your success.
I had 2
Well,
successes.
He had 2 successes.
Then yeah, you
Wait,
lost 1
so-
success.
Yeah,
Chris.
so I still have a success, so I should be able to go all in, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Chris, wait! Before you do that,
You
because
don't
if you
roll
have
everything.
2 successes,
You,
Don't roll everything. Just
you only roll what's not in a success. You set the success aside and roll everything that's left.
I can give you my 1 success, and then you'll be able to have a critical success.
No, that's not
No,
how it
you
works.
can't do it that way.
I thought
Yeah,
you could
that works.
give other people successes, and then you could trade up a success to a
You
critical.
cannot
success.
trade up.
You
there
can't
go.
trade up.
Just do that, and then roll this.
Oh right, damn! I forgot.
Straight down.
So Chris had 1 success after re-rolling, so he can set that one aside and roll the other 3 dice to go all in. But if he doesn't improve,
It gives me a critical.
okay, so this thing lashes out with its tongue, and for just a split second, you see at the end of this mechanized tongue that unrolls in the table, you see that it's holding an ornate key, And Daryl just lashes out with his hand, grabs his key out before this tongue rolls back up into this gecko's face. If nobody had passed that, you were going to have to dismantle the gecko to get the key.
Oof.
And as soon as you have it, the gecko once again starts moving its joints, moving in this erratic clockwork manner. Unless anybody stops it, it's going to turn and leave again.
Yep.
Should
We're
we
just
follow
gonna
it?
stop it, but
I'm gonna examine it carefully as it leaves to see if I can get any indication about like its craftsmanship.
Well, one right now, Daryl's holding it.
No, the gecko.
The gecko. Are you going to try to stop it, or are you just going to follow along after it?
Follow it.
Yeah, he'll stand up from the table and say, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And, he'll kind of
Give
tail
me-
after it just a little bit.
Daryl's also gonna follow.
Well, Daryl's holding the key right now. Do you want to go
He's gonna toss the key to Bobson and say, "Watch this.
toss the key to Bobson?
Somebody-
Okay. So let's
Don't let it get away."
the two of you.
Bobson, I think we best take our leave.
So neither of you want to actually stop the gecko from moving. You just want to kind of follow it and see if you can
Oh no, Daryl wants to capture it.
wants to capture it. Okay. So
Osric wants to tail it back to where it came from.
well, one of you's gonna have to make a decision because if you capture it, you're not gonna be able to tail it, and vice versa.
Yeah.
While you guys are
Why don't we-
while you guys are thinking about that, Bobson,
Yep.
Daryl throws you the key, and you grab it. And looking at it, you realize it's a key for a suite in the Grand Bettingham Hotel.
Ooh, swanky.
This is the swankiest place in Bettingham to stay. Like, yeah, no, Dustus is not wealthy enough to stay in this hotel on the Main.
I got thrown out of here once when I was a kid.
So you're holding the key. So I'll tell you what. Do you guys decide whether you want to capture the gecko or follow it? If you come to a decision, or do you want to roll off with it?
I mean, Boswick would pitch the idea to Daryl, his trusted associate.
Fine, follow it. Don't let it get away though.
Okay. Are you both following it, or are you just sending Boswick to follow it?
Daryl's gonna follow it. as
Okay.
well.
Then I want both of you. I'm going to call this Street plus Explore. And we're going to say that you have disadvantage. So it's -1 on the pool. And I want 2 basic successes.
Well, I only got 2 dice, so
I only have 2 dice, yeah. And I'm not gonna I'm
you know.
good at that.
The thing doesn't move very fast, and it wouldn't be that difficult to capture. But if you're following it back, immediately the thing climbs up walls and out of
Wait, I have a
reach.
free reroll.
Yeah, this isn't a crime scene yet, so I can't get a bonus.
Yet
I guess I could just discharge my pistol at any moment, and then it's a crime scene.
Yeah, so the thing's not terribly difficult to follow. The problem is it's able to go places that you guys cannot easily go.
Hold on. I can like float. I don't know how high it can float.
Can you
though.
use your P-balloon power?
Yeah, hold on. Helps in any role requiring stealth, subtlety, or balance. I don't think that's any of these. I don't think I float that high. Is the intent?
Yeah, no, you're not using stealth, subtlety, or balance here.
Yeah, I don't think that this is gonna get me like to float up to the roof.
So
So
you follow the gecko across the street, around a corner. You manage to keep track of it as it goes through a crowd. People are like delighted to see this thing. Like, oh, look at the little clockwork gecko. But eventually, it just starts climbing up the side of a building, disappears over a hedge, and in order to try to pick up its trail again, you'd have to go up and over or around. And either of those things would draw a lot of attention to yourself.
Boswick will give Daryl a pat on the back and say, "That's enough for the day. We'll let my associates handle it."
Have them find out who it belongs to.
So you guys, when you come back to the swanky tavern where you all have been catching up, Bobson's holding this key to the Grand Bettingham Hotel.
Come on. They have.
Yes, my porter Bobson has secured us room and board at the Grand Bettingham Hotel. He says it's the best in the city.
Damn near
Branch
say
Bennett.
it probably is, but who the hell would give us, who else would give away this king's ransom?
Certainly above our pay grade.
Oh, all I know is they have an open bar.
No, they don't.
Need to-
Well,
You
that-
said the
Dear-
most,
Oh, no.
the fanciest hotel, you say? Well, shall we be off then?
open bar, you say?
That's what I've heard.
Didn't you get
like-
thrown out of there? Did
why
you get
he got
thrown out of
thrown
there because
out.
you thought it was an open
Oh.
bar?
Sounds more like it became an open bar when he attempted to drink everything.
I was thrown out like I don't know. I said that as like a picturing like children sneaking in to see what was in the big
Big
fancy
barrel.
hotel.
It
Yeah.
was open in the sense that you had to open the door to get into the bar.
all
All right.
bars are open if you just leave before you have to pay the check.
Let's go. Daryl will snatch the key from Bobson and start walking towards the hotel.
So Bobson's been to this hotel before and has got thrown
Well-
out of it.
Well, again, like probably has been like in the lobby as a child and then like a street child or whatever, just like a dirty little ankle biter, and then was trying to sneak in and got thrown out.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen.
So like when I say I've been in the place, I'm like I've been in the lobby.
They've, that's where they pick you
Briefly.
up by your britches and like heave you out the door.
Like they picked me up like a cat and just threw me
Ah,
threw,
yes,
like
technical
threw me
correct.
directly, like they didn't even take me outside. They took me outside into the alley and threw me in a garbage can.
Right.
Yeah.
That's Al Pacino. Like, I want you to exit this guy off the premises. I want you to use his head to open the door. You don't get that kind of welcome when you go to the hotel this time. You guys stride in. You guys are all at your decorum is decent. Nobody's looking shabby.
Nah.
Okay.
Not yet.
Everybody's looking
Yeah, not
decent.
yet.
Everybody's had a shower this week. Going up to the concierge desk. Well, how do you approach it? Like, what are you doing? Bobson, you've got the key. You're in charge.
It got taken from me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Daryl's got the key.
Daryl's the key.
Daryl has the key back.
This is a problem.
Is this like you
Daryl.
guys always go to your pat yourself down and like Daryl's just got your stuff?
Yeah. Damn it, Daryl!
So
Daryl
Daryl, you
is
have the key
like-
walking up to the concierge desk.
I
Yeah,
feel like
he's gonna place the key on the desk, and he's gonna look at the concierge and say,
Like-
"You'll have to forgive me. Can you please remind me which room I'm staying in?"
Bobson's standing next to him, trying to pat down, looking for the key, and he looks over. Damn it!
Does the key have a room number on it?
No, it does not.
Is there only one grand suite?
There are
do we
multiple
know it's
suites. There's
right?
only one penthouse. You guys probably aren't getting into the penthouse.
I see.
All
okay.
the suites in the
This,
Grand.
this sounded pretty like bougie. So like it could be that.
The way that describes it in the book is that the room for a hotel is pretty steep, even if you settle for second-grade accommodations. The price for a suite can rise up to exorbitant levels, while the penthouse is reserved for especially important littlings. Are any of you especially important? I didn't think so.
No. Boswick would like to ask. He's going to approach the receptionist and say, yes, I see. The reservation for this room was clearly for tonight. Who booked this reservation?
And the concierge is looking at the key. It looks between Daryl and Boswick. Says, I'm sorry, which of you is Mr. Hemcloak?
That's me.
Very good. And he puts a small leather parcel on the desk in front of you, and then a small leather envelope which he opens up, revealing 4 identical keys. Says, you've requested 4 keys to the suite?
Yes, my compatriots here need them.
Very good. And then he pushes the parcel forward, and here are your things, sir.
Excellent, thank you.
Says, your champagne is chilling in the room, and we hope you enjoy your stay.
Could you please direct me the shortest way to get there? I've had a long day and a long walk.
So if you were in a fairy city, you wouldn't even be able to get to your suite 'cause you can't fly. Those guys are assholes.
Yeah.
None of their cities are like handicap accessible. If you don't have wings, you're not going anywhere. There was one of the houses in Morrowind that did that.
House Telvanni.
House
yeah.
Telvanni. They built all their structures so you couldn't fly. You just couldn't come in. But no, this is
So it's like get good scrub. That's-
right.
It's basically their what you call it.
And like by chapter 2 or 3 in the meta plot, that's been like they've installed stairs and ladders and stuff so everybody else can get up. No, you're directed to your suite, and you're given one of the nicer suites. Not the nicest suite though, and the concierge kind of makes a small apology that normally this time of year, when somebody booked a suite, they would get a standard beautiful view of Beddingham, especially of the Beddingham lights. But Mr. Hemcloak he thinks you're Mr. Hemcloak, specifically has requested no view. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. My eyes are sensitive to light.
Do you like wear like smoked glasses like Captain Eyes did?
Yes, he does.
Nice. You would need to, because Beddingham is one of the brighter places in the household. So you're directed up to your suite, and you have a gorgeous suite. There literally are probably 5 separate bedrooms. There's 2 washrooms. There's a nice, beautiful commons area. What you don't have is an outdoor balcony. The only windows looking outside overlook alley access. So you have one of the nicer suites, one of the first class accommodations, but your view sucks.
How many? Is just the one door, one entryway?
There would be your main entryway, which you guys would use to come in with a key. There would probably also be a dumbwaiter entry for supplies and food and stuff to be sent up and down. And you guys could squeeze into and ride the dumbwaiter if you really wanted to.
You know what? Don't tempt us with a good time.
Striker pulls a chair up against the wall facing the door, leans his Zweihander in arm's reach against the wall, kind of leans back, folds his arms across his chest, waits.
So
Willie
Really
immediately
smart
starts running
one.
back.
before going up to the room, which of you took the brown paper parcel that was set on the counter?
Daryl did.
Okay. Did you pass out keys to everybody?
Yep.
I mean, you're just going to steal them back later, but it's what, 50-50 odds that anybody will have their key at a given time.
Yeah.
So he's got
Is
this,
there a
little,
way to-
this little square paper parcel that's just tied up with twine. Doesn't feel particularly heavy. Doesn't rattle or anything.
Is there a way to block off the dumbwaiter entry?
What do you mean block off?
Well, given that we have geckos sneaking around, like
Well, I'll put it this way. There's not
I
a
don't want
handle on
Mulligan.
the inside of the dumbwaiter door. The idea is that they would load it down in the kitchen or in the pantry and then hoist it up to your room. And then you would open the door on your end, and inside would be your, the
meal.
ninja assassin that's been sent up to ambush you would be inside.
Yeah, also that.
So the only solution then, I guess, is to cut the rope for the dumbwaiter.
Is that what you're going to do?
Please, I'm gonna
No
like,
need to do that.
I'm
He's
gonna
gonna
put my hand
start
on your
to.
shoulder. Says, please don't.
I don't think that's necessary.
I do believe that was how. Trying to find your name, Trouble. Sorry.
Bobson,
I do believe that was how Bobson got kicked out in the first place.
No, I was just dirty.
Oh, my records don't seem to have that on file.
Well, in Boswick, you've just volunteered to watch this entryway.
I've been watching the entryway, the window, everything, and all of this stinks. Why give us such a expensive room with where nothing could be seen in or out?
Well, I mean, this isn't our room. It's what was the name?
Incloak?
that would be Hem's cloak.
Hemcloak, yes.
What was the
Oh.
name on the invitation? The owner of the menagerie.
Kensington
Professor
Bell-
Kensington Bellsworth and his splendiferous clockenized menagerie.
Okay.
Can I get the name? Sorry, the name of the person that Cyrus's character is pretending to be.
Gendry Hemcloak is apparently who the room is booked
Hem-
under.
Also, I don't think it takes a crack investigator to find out who that gecko belonged to. That
Yeah.
mechanized gecko. Perhaps one from a menagerie of mechanized creatures.
In all my years of hunting game, I've never seen anything quite like that.
It's definitely,
Dick, you like
definitely well
adventures.
constructed.
Daryl will toss the package to Dick.
Okay.
Why don't
Ooh,
you
Dick is
open
holding the
this? You
parcel.
like surprises, right?
I wouldn't mind opening some gifts. It's always wonderful to see what's under these wrappings.
And I just start tearing.
He says, wait, and that's as far as
Enjoy
he
your name day.
I start when you say wait, I hand you the ripped paper first.
Yeah, you tear through the parcel, and there's not actually a box inside. It's just heavily folded paper, 2 or 3 layers, kind of that keep a spherical shape as you undo the twine, and it all comes apart, and you throw the paper aside. And inside is the same kind of cardstock that your invitation came on, that appears to be making a ticking noise. So a folded piece of cardstock that appears to be.
I mean, I open the cardstock immediately without even thinking about the fact it's ticking.
And inside, there's a pin in the center of the cardstock, and affixed to the pin is a small sliver of metal that is just like a clock hand moving in a circle at regular intervals, causing the ticking sound. And it reads, "I have no voice, yet songs I keep, my ticking whispers while you sleep."
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I have no voice.
I have no voice, yet songs I keep, my ticking whispers while you sleep. I'll paste that in the chat as well.
I mean, Willie Dick Justice is not smart enough to know that's the grandfather clock, but that's the grandfather clock.
Yeah. It's like Big Ben or something like that.
Yeah.
Here's the problem: is that Clockminster is several days away travel from Beddingham. I'm not sure whether the intent is, like, if you're in Beddingham, can you see the rest of the room? I don't know what do you see on the horizon in the household?
It's outside of the draw distance, all right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of how I see it too. Like the mist eventually like obscures, but like you could probably see the walls in like just vague shapes.
Yeah, there's depth of field, there's dust motes. It gets hard to see.
Actually, I
that's
wonder
kind of
if
my
it's just
feeling, is
too
that
big.
you can't see one settlement from another, even if it's just across the room. But
The settlements, no, but I mean like the structures, like you can see mountains from very far away. But I imagine these things are like well beyond the scope of mountains. Like they just tower into the heavens. So yes? Question mark?
like there's a great picture of the master bedroom. I guess the clock is pretty close to the bed. Oh, but the entrance to Beddingham looks like it's on the opposite corner.
Regardless, we're in a windowless room, so we wouldn't be able to like peek out and see it right now anyway.
Yeah. Not really windowless, but effectively like windowless.
Dumb waiters don't count as windows.
Yeah.
Boswick will examine the card and say, "This is directing us to." I've already forgotten the name of this place. It's directing us to Clockminster. Why bring us here in the first place?
Let me get a. Striker. Let's get a society culture roll from you. That's your worst roll.
I mean, yeah.
Let's see if you can get a basic success.
Nope.
All right. So you guys are piecing together this riddle, and you've decided that it's pointing you towards Clockminster.
I mean, we have a clockwork menagerie, though. Like,
I guess none of us know where this clockwork menagerie is. We haven't hunted that down.
Mm-hmm.
like if it's
Douglas, do
talking
you want to
about
go fetch one of the bellhops and find local directions towards the Clockwork Menagerie?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
what local things are there? It's just the menagerie, I assume, but
Does it map to anything? I mean, most of you just arrived in Beddingham today. And one of you's from Beddingham, and then I think Boswick says he like operates out of Beddingham quite often. This idea of a clockenized menagerie doesn't map to anything that's happened in Beddingham. It's not like a feature of the city. It's not like a splendid location. If anything, it's current events, but the only one of you who would have a read on current events would be Stryker, and Stryker just threw a shield and a goblet together.
All right.
that's not those are. They're upside down, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
That
all right.
preying
Okay,
on my
Rorschach,
insecurities.
shut up.
Rez.
I'm going
Shut up,
to.
Rorschach.
That's weird. I've been kicked out of the table.
I'm going to say, all right then, boss. I will be right back, and I'm going to leave the room and go down to speak to the receptionist
Mhm.
and ask and hand them the card and ask them if they have directions to this event.
When you do that, the concierge looks at the card and kind of scrinkles up his face. There's no event that I'm aware of, and I don't recognize the name either. If he's a professor, taps the card where it says his title, perhaps he's known at the university, and hands you the card back.
Have you heard of any singing clocks in the area? Current events.
Singing clocks, sir?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but never mind.
No, you've only confused this poor concierge.
Could you please send up a message to the room to tell the other inhabitants that I'm going to the university? You said.
So you're going to head off to the university alone?
Yeah.
And they attempt to send a message up, but they can't because somebody friggin' cut the line on the dumbwaiter.
No, I was told not to, so I stopped.
Okay.
I prevented that at least.
Bosnick is keeping a close eye on Dumbwaiter, though.
So, the main reason you don't think this is pointing you to Clockminster is because you're here a day or two before the date on the card. You don't have enough time to travel to Clockminster before the 5th. Also, I think Clockminster... I want to say it requires a special contract to get inside. Maybe that's... There's some locations you can't get in without making a contract. Oh no, it's only like the highest floors. The Clockminster is famous for having many locked doors. Clockminster is the place where the wise Paracelsus can indulge any whim of his hyperactive intellect and hold lectures for any who are willing to learn. He sounds like he's full of himself.
Yeah.
That's a little.
So why doesn't everybody give me an approach for how you want to try to figure out this riddle, such as it is?
I'm just going directly. I told them that I was going to locate the.
You want to go to
The
the
menagerie.
university and start...
Yeah, I'm looking into the menagerie because I said that's what I was going to be doing.
Gotcha. Let me...
Maybe I know people there. Maybe I don't know.
My
Our
plan, which
skills
is
in this book.
my plan, which has never served Dick Justice wrong, is to set out on the streets and explore. Pick a direction and just start heading, asking whoever I bump into.
So, Bobson, let's do academia plus investigate. And Dustus, you're just going to want to go out on the street and just lop off in a random direction.
Yep, just
Showing
start
this-
an exploration.
You're going to do this without your trusty Dugnut?
Yep. Well, he's off exploring. I can go.
Somewhere like Doug Nutt's like, I'm so glad that I left Mr. Dustus back in room where he's safe with other people. I don't have to worry about him.
So that's going to be. We're
Yeah,
gonna,
well, see, Boswick was too busy paying attention to the dumbwaiter. He wasn't paying attention to me.
you're going
Just
to.
wandered off.
If you're going to go out and explore the streets, I need a street explorer roll from you. What is Stryker going to do to try to figure out this riddle?
He's gonna sit in the room and ponder it as long as he has to until it has clarity to him.
Okay. Let's. So I've already. What your previous roll was what? Academia culture or society culture?
Oh,
I believe it was society culture.
Society culture.
there we go.
Because you kind of already done that. You've already
Oh.
attempted to just sit and ponder it. What about
Wait.
Daryl?
Daryl has a special way that he solves mental block problems.
Mm-hmm.
He usually goes and breaks into people's houses while thinking about it to kind of get his mind off it, to let it work in the background.
So you don't want to break into somewhere in order to like further your understanding of the riddle. You want to break into some completely unrelated place just to clear your head.
Yeah, basically the other rooms in the hotel. They
Okay.
don't have occupants at the current time.
We'll call that street illusion. And what about Boswick?
Boswick's gonna look through his case files on goings on in the city and see if anything matches up, and see if like any of that just jiggers the thought of a singing clock.
And what kind of success do I need?
I want a critical success on any of these. And then Stryker, if you come to an idea. I gave you a free one because you're the only one who was in betting him at the time.
Yeah. Basically, I don't know if I can do anything. The only other thing I could think of would be to twist somebody's arm into who might know more about it.
You could go out and do that. Find somebody who saw the gecko or something.
Yeah. I'll do that then.
Okay. I think we'll call that street authority.
That's a lot more dice to work with now.
I want a critical success. If you don't have a critical, don't talk to me.
So
I got a critical.
Fine.
Buffet's got a critical.
What should I be rolling?
Uh,
anything.
academia, investigate.
I don't. You have it.
Oh, that's not bad. I'll reroll.
I'll re-roll. Hey, there's a critical.
Okay, so we've got 2 critical successes across the party.
So on my reroll, I
have a
now have 2 basic successes. If I want to go all in, do
you
I
go-
need to reroll all of them? Or
No, you only reroll the ones that are not part of a success.
okay, but since the success is critical, that means I'd reroll that basic success that I got.
No, you never reroll a success that you got.
You
What
have
a-
a pretty good chance of getting one of these 2 symbols anyway. So
So
I
yeah,
think it's worth
your dice pool is 6,
5.
is 5, and you've got these 2. So you only get to roll 1 die when you go all in, and if you don't improve, you lose everything.
No, that's fine.
You say
give
that's
it a
fine, but you don't
shot.
know what the.
Oh.
So
well,
some-
I got nothing.
just like in D&D, sometimes there won't necessarily be a consequence for failure. Sometimes failure just maintains the status quo. The status quo can just be you guys still don't know what you're doing. But sometimes you won't know what consequences are.
Yeah, actually, I would rather not do the all in, but I already rolled, so whatever.
In this case, he was breaking into rooms,
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking I don't actually want to do that.
but you already have done it.
yeah, so I don't know if I can non-cipher bonus that.
No, of course not.
Ciphers. The
That was
ciphers
the
are
dice
back
What
in
are
Ciphers.
D&D.
ciphers?
Yeah, they're back in D&D.
Did we get a critical on either of those 2 academic investigate rolls?
Boswick passed.
Boswick passed. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So on its like, I wasn't going to impose any consequences to failing this roll, but one of you is doing crimes.
Illegal.
Listen, I said I wanted to take back my all-in first, but you won't let me, so...
I can't take back I can't roll the dice and then be like, I
Once
just
the
didn't
dice hit
do
the
that.
table, yeah.
Yeah, you did re-roll the dice, so
That's-
it's kind of.
That was before I realized it would be a bad idea.
So
it's
do
a
you-
new system, leave me alone.
Want to get caught breaking into a room, or how many coins do you have?
I spent all my money on equipment.
You don't have any coins. You can either get caught breaking into this room, or you can erase your lockpicks. Because you got caught on your illusion roll. So either the hotel knows you're breaking into rooms, or I'll let you get away clean, but you're not able to get your lockpick out of the door first.
Oh, I didn't use the bonus for my lockpicks on that. I probably should have. Because wouldn't the lockpicks give me help on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, I don't know what I would do for that. Because I didn't factor that in.
Somebody posted. You posted it. So what this says is with lockpicks, you can gain a success without rolling the dice, as long as you have the proper tool. You were trying to break into a room and you have lockpicks.
Yes, I want to do that then.
Gain a success without rolling the dice.
That's what I would have liked to do.
Hooray. We have made it.
Actually, in this case, I would say it would be gain the requisite to make an action roll that you wouldn't normally be able to make, because you can't try to open a lock without lockpicks. I don't know. What do you guys think? That's a new system. Like,
Everybody gets one.
is that the rule? Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
First
I'm okay with everybody gets one.
It's either that or break me out of jail.
But now
For
you must
guys.
wear the. Oh, that's not the Dunce Cap of Shame.
I'll tell you
There's
what.
the Dunce Cap of
You
Shame.
can keep your lockpicks, but lower your decorum by one. Because somebody saw a person fitting your description trying to pick a lock in the hotel, and they don't know it's you for sure, but now your description is on everybody's lips. And remember,
And the room's under your name.
the police
God.
force in Bedingham is known for their efficiency, but they are possibly a tad too curt and aggressive. So you're shabby now.
I am shabby. That's fine.
All
I
right.
just woke up from a nap. I haven't dressed yet.
Just woke up from your nap. You were like a fugue. That's how you nap. You're in a fugue state halfway through picking a lock. Dustus Dandleton Boswick. The name isn't anybody important. This Professor Kensington Bellsworth is nobody important as far as anybody knows, but the name has been popping up on people's radar here and there. So Stryker goes down and finds somebody who spotted one of these geckos, kind of strong arms their way into the information. Dustus is just kind of wandering the streets, and Boswick going through his case notes that have already been pulled up on this guy. The name arrived in town, has been throwing money around here and there and everywhere. All anybody seems to know for sure is that the man is a salamander, and the man has got in bad with the Thimbles. So what your critical success gains you is you're expecting this professor to make contact over the course of probably the next day or two before the 5th. And is either going to ask you for help against the Thimbles, who are shaking him down, or is going to be completely unaware that the Thimbles are shaking him down. That's what your critical success gets you, the three of you.
Okay.
What does any of this have to do with the clock riddle? If anything.
Nothing. You still don't understand the importance of the clock riddle, other than apparently this is a clockinized menagerie
I'm also second guessing that it's a clock and it might actually be like a music box. But that's second guess. So I've been mulling it over, bumbling around the streets. Not
no,
running
the-
into any clocks
The
anywhere.
three of you encounter the name Bellsworth as somebody who's been in town, has been throwing money around here and there. Kind of a snake oil salesman personality type, like kind of a Barnum Bailey maybe. And yeah, somewhere along the line has drawn the attention somehow of the Thimbles, which are a gang of boggarts here in Beddingham. And this is the information that the five of you have as you come back to your room that evening. Daryl's looking a little shabbier.
Oh, so I just wandered and didn't do anything?
You didn't get a success.
You didn't call for me to make a roll.
Academia Investigate, because you went up to the university
Oh.
to ask for his name.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah, I wanted everybody to make a roll.
Well, okay.
In fact, let's call it your social investigate, because you're going to a specific place and asking around.
Okay.
Go, Treble.
Social.
I believe in you.
Society?
Yeah, Society Investigate. All of these upside down goblets are really, I mean,
They're just like vases or potion flasks.
no, they're upside down goblets.
No, you're wrong.
What is a potion flask but an upside down goblet? Really, when you think about it.
That's one basic success. And then
I'm going to impose, before you make this roll, I think I will impose a consequence on you if you fail this roll.
Oh, okay.
Because you're a wanted man in the city.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, no, I'm unwanted in the city. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Let's see. All right, well, I guess I'll re-roll. Let me check the
See, right now you're sitting on one basic, and I want a critical. So you can reroll
Right,
those
yes,
other
no.
three, and if you don't improve your basic, you lose the one success you have.
Okay. All right. No, I was reading the contract thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. 2 basics. So
Now you got to decide if you're going to go all in, and if you go all in and fail, you lose all your successes.
So when it says I can, the enlightenment, I can repeat one action roll with an additional +1. So like if I go all in and fail, I can use my thing to just do the whole ride again. That's what I'm reading.
What's it called?
It's the contract, the racial contract. It's called enlightenment. Once per session, salamanders can call upon their enlightenment to repeat one action roll of any kind with an additional +1.
Let me make sure that reading makes sense to me. This is what happens when you play a brand new game.
Yeah, because it doesn't
Ride
talk
the
about
big
like
roll,
re-rolls or
bullshit.
whatever. It says repeat the roll.
Yeah, it sounds like you just resolve the roll, and then you could do that if you wanted.
This is your hereditary contract?
Out of the spark, the concession is enlightenment.
Yeah. Let me pull that up. Give that a quick read. I read all this just yesterday, but I read a lot yesterday. Page 130.
So many words.
So many words.
Yeah, this game would be a lot easier if I could read.
Okay. Oh, this is in addition to your bioluminescence.
Yep.
This says repeat one action roll of any kind with an additional +1. It doesn't say re-roll, and re-roll is the keyword I would look for. So yeah, as far as what this says is one per session, you can start the whole ride again.
Cool.
So you're going to take another crack at this.
All right. I guess I'm going to use it
All right.
because I rolled a flask. All right, so now I get 6 dice.
Yeah.
Someone tell me when.
When?
All right.
That's a good start.
That's the exact same result.
Yeah, but you have 2 rolls though.
Yes, I do.
So now you get your reroll on that.
Right.
And there's your critical.
Oh, there we are.
All right.
And that gains you exactly the same information I just gave everybody else.
Right.
You find out the guy's name, you find out he's been throwing money around here and there in town, and you find out that apparently he's got a Boggart gang on his tail, but you don't know if he knows that he's indebted to this gang or not.
Can I ask instead? Well, yeah, okay. Like, does the thing that I was looking for was the location, like his last known location, specifically of the of
You get
the
a list
menagerie.
of various establishments throughout betting him. As far as like where he's staying or where his premises is, you don't know. And that strikes you as very frustrating.
Right.
But apparently he's got Boggarts on his tail, the Thimble Gang.
All right. Can I Can I use this basic success to get any additional information about the Thimbles?
About the gang itself.
Yeah. Asking like their state, their current state. Which one is the Thimbles? Are the Thimbles the
Thimbles are
Boggart
the
gang?
Boggart
The
gang,
Boggarts.
and then the Blackwaters are the Slua gang. Yeah, give me a street investigate.
So, okay.
So what you're doing is you're using that basic success that you have extra to be allowed to do an additional action here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Still consequences if I fail? That's fine if there is. I just want to know.
I'm going to say no because this is all part of the same investigation. I'm not going to... This is like you're using an extra action to gain a bonus. I feel if I put a consequence on that you've already dodged, then
Yeah.
I'm compounding the ability to consequence you, which I wouldn't think is super fair.
Compound interest. Of...
Funny though.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Reroll.
Wow.
All in. Oh wait, no, you can't do it unless you have a success.
You have to succeed. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have at least one success. So
All right,
yeah, no,
so-
that didn't get any pairs or nothing.
It's no secret that there is a Thimble gang out there, but you were not able to. I mean, when you started asking questions, why are the Thimbles looking out for this guy? Tight lips. Nobody wants to talk to you about it. And that's the state of
Yeah.
things until about lunchtime the next day. You guys are in this suite for indeterminate period of time. Everything seems to be paid for. Anything you ask for at the hotel, sent up to your room, whether it's, a cheese plate with roach curds.
Man, you got to try this mouse cheese. It's so good. I mean, that's where they get their milk, isn't it? It has
Honey
to
is
be.
very big throughout the household because apiaries are very common. Bumblebees are your friends. You've decided to not sabotage the dumbwaiter.
Yep. Trying to think if there's any other mammals they could be milking besides mice.
Oh, my brain went to bug milk, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
I mean, that was a Futurama joke.
Yeah.
So do we just wait for him to show, because we have a timeline when something is supposed to happen, right?
The date on your invitation states the 5th. That's like a day or two away.
All right.
Yeah, well, we got to figure out where we're gonna go in this case.
Well, Striker, word on the street is you've been helping out with the Thimble gang. No, or was it with the Blackwaters? I forget.
The Thimbles.
And it seems like maybe our fellow here's got into a sticky wicket with them. But perhaps you could get your men on the street, as it were, to see what they know.
So you want Stryker to go out and do what exactly?
Well, I mean, if he's got ears on the street with a Thimble gang, like,
I mean, maybe I could definitely try that.
Okay. The next day around lunchtime, somebody is ordering, maggot pudding for lunch. Comes up the dumbwaiter in a silver dish, and underneath the silver dish is folded another piece of cardstock.
Boswick, who is apparently in charge of the dumbwaiter, will deliver the food to whoever ordered it, and he's going to hold the card up to his ear and listen.
And once again, you do hear a faint ticking. And the card doesn't fold flush. Like, there's definitely a mechanism inside of the stock.
So it's like raised in the middle, like it's
Exactly.
not thin. Okay. Boswick will hold up the card and take a butter knife and like carefully cut the envelope open.
It's not in an envelope, it's just folded cardstock.
Oh, it's just okay. Well, then he won't do that. He'll just open the card.
And when you do, it's the same symbol, the same like clockwork mechanism going in a circle that's making the ticking noise. And this time you see a second small riddle. You'll find me there, unseen, untold, but if I fail, the cracks unfold. I'll paste that in the chat. And in addition, circled, like that's printed, okay? And then next to it, in somebody's hand, circled is 1/5.
That's Jan 5th.
So that's the date. Let me make sure I got the riddle right.
So what that says to me is if the thing that we have to stop something from happening on the 5th, something's going to break down.
I'm reading that as like a door hinge or something.
I thought like bridge myself, yeah.
Oh no, the bridge is out.
Yeah, well that's why you're here, right?
Wait, I'm the one who sits the bridge is out?
No, I mean that's our meme. But that was my immediate thought.
You'll find me there unseen.
What's a sort of support that like is invisible to the, like it's inside something, it's internal. Boswick wants to take the 2 cards because presumably we both have them. They both have ticking mechanisms in it, right?
They do.
Are they in sync with each other?
Probably not, because you could like easily pinch the card stop to stop the thing from moving. And if you do that for even a moment.
Take apart one of the cards and see if there's any
That-
clues.
That was my next idea. Was can I use like craft or something to disassemble this and try and learn about it?
You wouldn't need craft. Like you could just take a butter knife to it like you were about to do with an envelope.
Yeah.
But you could just
Okay.
slit it open and pull it apart. And yeah, sure enough, there's a tiny, tiny paper-thin mechanism. It's impossible to tell how it works. Just this tiniest sliver of metal holding the base of this thing in place. And then that's
Whoever
attached
made
to a
this-
pin that goes through the paper and folds on the outside. And as soon as you open the thing, the mechanism is functionally destroyed.
Yeah. Whoever made this is quite talented.
You might say he's splendiferous.
Is he talented enough to make animals the same way?
Boswick would never say splendiferous.
Well, I think we need to go down to the kitchen and see if we can't get some information about who put the stuff in the dumbwaiter.
I agree.
That's a smart idea.
Boswick will go down.
When you guys ask in the kitchen, I mean, yeah, they prepared, your maggot stew or whatever it was, and sent it up. As far as they know, nobody has put messages in your dumbwaiter.
Does the dumbwaiter stop at any other floor? Like, is this one dumbwaiter for everybody in this, like, all the rooms that are on top of each other?
I imagine it would have to be.
Right. Like,
I'm
that'd
going to be
a
honest.
lot of
I've never
dumbwaiters.
physically been in a building that had a dumbwaiter.
Yeah, it's a food elevator, man.
Yeah, but you would have. I expect there would be probably at least 4.
So
you have
who's
4 different
volunteering
suites.
Daryl tomorrow to sit in the dumbwaiter?
Does the dumbwaiter stop in any other rooms, or does it only go to the suites?
Yeah, Boswick wants to, like, knock on the door of, like, the people in the room below theirs.
Okay.
I guess.
And when you do, they don't admit to putting anything in your dumbwaiter.
Well, no. He asked if there's been anything strange going on with the dumbwaiter.
Not that they're aware of. Are you hotel staff?
Associate.
Associate of the hotel?
He holds out his card. It is literally just a Jack of Spades playing card.
Okay.
But on the back it says Principal Investigator Boswick.
They have no use for a private investigator at this time.
He wasn't offering his services. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Is there... Bobson's sitting there thinking, like, is there anything he's aware of with this being his hometown of that, like, if it, like, a structure or, like, is there anything, like, load-bearing in the city that if it broke, bad, like, terrible things would happen? Not capitalized.
Not terrible things. Just normal
Yeah,
terrible things.
Regular
Yeah.
terrible.
Just singular terrible things.
Call this street culture. Seems appropriate here.
I think I have a backup plan if
Let's see if we can get a basic success from Bobson. I got a Bobson and a Boswick at this table, and I don't know if I can handle it.
Mm,
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
So
let me make sure that I...
Oh, you might have a free reroll. Yeah.
No, I'm just making sure I added the numbers correctly. You said street
I went with street culture.
culture 2. Okay, yep, right. That was correct, and I did not.
Okay.
So I have the attention to details move, where I
Okay.
can just ask you for a clue or suggestion.
Do you want to?
I would like to propose that to the party.
It's up to you, man. I don't got nothing.
I feel like
I
that's
mean,
a
I
good
have an ace
deal.
up my sleeve. I could just reuse it later if we really needed.
I feel like that's a
I mean,
good
I-
use right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like we might need a clue, so I'm gonna check that as used.
Okay.
I'd like a clue.
Let me make sure that I know what this move does.
Yeah.
I mean, we've
Foresight.
got 2 clues. We've just fumbled them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like more of a. I'm raising my hand in the escape room.
Oof.
I know it's not a good feeling. Yeah. But you know what? It's a
Grand-
better feeling than the feeling in the escape room last night when the live actors in the room just started solving puzzles for us
Oh, that's
on more than one occasion.
so
without
That's
annoying.
a bad
approval.
move.
that happened.
Worse than
That
getting
happened to us
caveman.
both times we've done an escape room that had an actor in with us.
Yeah, hard no. I'm never doing that again. That's gonna be sort of my kit that I ask about.
Okay, attention to details. Either ask the narrator for a clue or suggestion, or find an opponent's weak spot. Okay,
Yeah.
thinking about
I don't
it.
need an opponent.
Nope, where's my notes? There we go. There are places throughout the upper floor that give access to the in-betweens by going into the floorboards. And the most common way for this to happen is to find a place where the floorboards are either deteriorated or most often marked with a loose nail. If you know a place to go in the floorboards where there's a loose nail that can be pried up or pulled out, often this will be a marker for access into the in-betweens, which is where you can find something that is unseen and untold. So far throughout the household, the floorboards have never failed. But cracks would definitely unfold if the floorboards were to fail.
Okay, let me see how that associates with the first one.
That's earthquake level bad.
Yeah. How does this associate with my ticking whispers while you sleep? Or are these two completely separate?
Well, they both came on the same kind of cardstock with the little clock face mechanism.
So the question, I guess, we have to decide as a group, because you used your thing and he gave your information, so
Yeah.
is if that it's 2 separate riddles, or if it's one riddle with a second, and that's a second part of it.
I'm gonna say it's the second part of it.
That's what I thought, because it starts with "You'll find me there."
Yeah.
Like, so they're being the first riddle.
So basically,
So,
what
like-
I'm saying is we'll find the guy in the in between. We just got to find the way into the in between.
Yeah, and I think that it might be somewhere where something meets the conditions of the first riddle.
I guess we could go out and ask around for the.
Well, we could search the basement of the hotel or wherever the floorboards are to see if there's any loose nails or cracked floorboards.
We'll understand.
No, I
we
think-
don't, we don't mean. I don't mean floorboards in the hotel. I mean floorboards in the house.
Like literal floorboards. So like the nails are like giant, like monumental things. I
Correct.
assume.
Well,
Those
Depends
should
on
be
the scale.
well
Who knows what
recorded
the
by
scale
a,
is? Yeah.
those should be well known and established by a detective agency. I'm gonna report to HQ.
Okay, so you're gonna go back to
And
HQ and
I'm also just second guessing that that first riddle might actually be like a music box or something by the bedstand. I don't
It
know.
could also just be a reference to the guy himself since he deals with clocks.
could be.
Hmm.
I think with more information though, if we know like where all these nails are, we should be able to triangulate something.
So
Daryl or Stryker, you want to go look outside for loose floorboards?
I
can I go out specifically and see and ask some people that, like, I guess risking the fact that word gets around that I'm back in town,
Mhm.
can I go around and ask some people if they're aware of any, floorboards that are like discovered? Some
let's start with
well-known ones?
Boswick because Boswick specifically wanted to see like where are these locations cataloged within Bettingham.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like new ones can spring up overnight. Like these are fixed landmarks.
Correct. This would be difficult for littlings to like. Littlings themselves aren't prying up the floorboards, especially not if
Right.
boggarts are involved.
Right.
But these are places where the house might have started to crack or deteriorate, and somebody might be able to pry a loose nail out, kind of thing. And these are cataloged locations because these are known entrances into the in-betweens. These are places that the police have to be aware of, and they're places that the are controlled by the gangs of Bettingham.
yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah.
And here, give me 2 seconds. All right, Boswick. You're made aware of 5 potential entrances into the in-betweens on 5 different streets. These are all like kind of out of the way locations. They're not near to any major landmarks, like they're not on the route to the university or to the Grand Hotel. And I'm going to just paste these in the chat. Here's the thing. You don't have time to investigate all 5 of these before the 5th.
Oh, so we can like split up and everybody take one.
You could do that, I
That-
suppose, if you really wanted to split up.
That could be dangerous, but I mean, it would get the job done.
But these are the 5 places that, like, these are known entrances into the in-betweens that match a loose nail or a cracked floorboard. Would be Greenweave Avenue, Silver Thread Way, Amber Bloom Lane, Willow Shade Boulevard, and Duskwoven Terrace.
Those are some names.
Those are some names, yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like those came directly from FantasyNameGenerator.com.
.com.
People yell at me for using ChatGPT, but nobody's ever yelled at me for using FantasyNameGenerator.com, which is functionally the same thing in this regard.
Does
None of these
Whoops, what did I do?
none of these names stand out particularly.
Stryker, are you aware of the that gang? Are they currently in control of any of these? Maybe if they're involved, that's as good a place to start as
Might
any.
be able
They're
to
in
narrow
control
those down.
of all 5 neighborhoods, and that's one of the reasons that Boswick would have pulled these out. These are places where the Thimbles are known to operate near to access into the in-betweens.
Hmm.
So
All right.
afraid that doesn't narrow down our options, as it were.
So are each of you going to take one and try to scope them out?
Sure.
Yeah.
And,
Might as well.
Best way.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're all competent folk.
I want
Yes.
everyone to give me a street illusion check, and I want to know who's taking what street.
I'm gonna
dibs on
just
dusk.
choose one randomly. Amber Bloom Lane.
I'm gonna take Duskwoven Terrace.
Oh, if you're taking Dusk, then I'll take Willow Shade.
I'll take Greenweave.
I guess I'm taking Silver Thread then.
All right.
You said
And what was
Street
that check?
Illusion?
Street Illusion.
Street illusion. It's illusion, as though you're eluding something, not illusion, like you're seeing things.
Illusion.
I'm gonna use
I
Jack
want
of all
s-
trades to get +1 to my roll.
I want 2 basics.
I leave no footprints anywhere. Can I get any sort of advantage here?
I got 3 basics.
All right, let me mark down 3 basics. You leave no footprints. Why not?
Because I'm a sylph.
That would not avail you on this check.
Okay.
It might avail you if somebody was tailing you and you didn't want them following your tracks.
Well, that's what illusion includes, so I didn't know if that was possible. I have 1 success. How many successes do we need?
I want 2 basics.
2 basics. I will pass.
Okay.
I got no
Uh,
success.
You got
All in.
Bobson got no success?
Nope.
Wait.
Is that what I heard?
Yep. Oh, you got 2 successes. No, I got no successes.
All right. And what
I got
about
none successes.
the Tiger Boy?
Yeah, I got one of every suit. I got nothing.
We call that flower pot in Balatro.
Okay. Daryl, Boswick, Dastardly, and Stryker. Your roles were meaningless because you were going somewhere not important.
Yeah.
Bobson, you went to Greenleaf Avenue. 3 things happen, all at the same time.
Right.
First, you approach the place when this alley where one of the back floorboards, they do indeed have a nail pried up out of the floorboards and leaned against one of the back walls. The second thing you notice is a couple of Boggart thugs sitting there holding blackjacks or saps or something, the kind of thing you would bap somebody upside the head with. The third thing that happened, actually there's 4 things that happen, because the third thing that happens as you approach, you notice a faint ticking sound from beneath the floorboard underground. The fourth thing that happens is the thugs immediately notice you, hop to their feet, and try to kind of intimidate you away. Like, this is Thimble territory. Why are you stepping up here? Why don't you move along?
Put my hands up. All right.
You move along?
Just passing through. Want no trouble.
Yeah, they tell you there's nowhere to pass through. It's dead end alley. There's nothing on the other side. Nothing for your eyes, anyway.
Oh, well, I guess I took a wrong turn then.
You better
Is
take
this-
the wrong
is-
one back.
Isn't this Amber Bloom Lane?
And now they're looking at you like you're an idiot because Amber Bloom Lane's on the other side of the bed.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh. All right. I'll kick a rock and
Okay.
turn around, and then scurry away.
Scurry
Go get
away.
everybody else.
The other 4 of you go stake out these areas. You find these places. Probably one of you. You know what? Let's say Stryker. Probably runs into a police patrol while they're there. These are known accesses to the in-betweens. They got to have eyeballs on them a couple times a day. Patrolman comes along, maybe asks some pointed questions about why you're poking around. But when you get back to the hotel, only Bobson has a story to tell, and also there's a third piece of cardstock awaiting you in your room, even though your room has been completely locked, nobody's been in or out, and the dumbwaiter's been closed from the inside.
No
Striker
time like
walks
the
over
present. Let's
to
open
it.
this up.
And it's the same
Striker
thing.
walks over to it and opens it up.
Striker opens it up, and inside is another little ticking sliver of metal, like a clock hand. And this one reads, "A road of life where colors meet, emerald threads guide wandering feet."
So yeah, Greenweave Avenue.
That's your clue to go to Greenleaf Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I sort
like,
of cheated ahead there with a move.
I mean, yeah. So they didn't recognize me, which is good.
Mhm.
I think we should go back over there now. I just came to get everybody else.
Don't we have
how
a
many were
a
there?
day left?
Tomorrow's the 5th.
Well, right, but the thing that we like, what if what if it's a bomb?
What
A
if
bomb
it's
situation.
catastrophe?
Yeah. What if it's
Why
a
would we get an invitation to a bomb?
Maybe he hates us. Either
Why
way,
would-
we should go check it out.
Maybe they're
Why
the
would
only ones.
anyone hate me?
Maybe the only ones competent in this city enough to fix it.
Well, you guys talk this
Well-
over. I have to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So like, why would we get invitations? Like, why would I'm gonna argue that why would we go there on their terms?
Well, look here at the date. It's circled. If I fail the cracks unfold on 1/5, this might be a deadline.
Yes, but I don't bally well want to bumble into hooligans on the street.
I mean,
Go
I'll
at
just-
night then.
I mean, I can handle hooligans.
We can deal with the hooligans, or we can just sneak around and try to avoid them.
Sounds like
handle-
you took tail and ran instead of handling the hooligans the first time round.
Well, I can handle a few hooligans, but you got to understand, sir, all of the hooligans I cannot handle.
Nick, let me ask you a question. How do you expect to confront a tiger if you can't even deal with a bunch of hooligans?
From back beyond the bushes where the old boy can't see me. That's what the rifle's for.
Well, we can deal with the hooligans the same way, can't we?
Not in a city, not on their home turf.
If we're going
Oh.
underground,
We just gotta find the right spot.
I mean, there's only.
Do we
one
want to go
spot.
now or do we want to go in the night? I guess that's the only question left.
I think we
Night.
would be having to go at night because we spent all day looking.
today is 1/4, right?
All right.
Well, night of 1/4, morn of 1/5. Very well doesn't make a difference, I guess.
What have we decided?
Sounds
We're
like
gonna do this tonight.
Okay.
we're
Boswick
gonna ambush
concludes-
the hooligans. at night.
Boswick's concludes this is a deadline.
Yeah.
So you're gonna head down there tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're going to try and ambush the hooligans if they're still there.
Okay. What are you going to do to try to ambush the hooligans? Here's the problem. Approaching the alleyway that Bobson went to, remember, everything's well lit in Bettingham. So they're not like dark alleyways. You're not going to have unless you create darkness somehow.
But it is a blind alleyway, right?
It's a blind alleyway in the sense that they would only see you if you're actually entering the alleyway, yes.
I mean, we have several people with ranged weapons. We could shoot the lights out if we had to.
Well,
Where-
I-
you
where
could.
are
Some
they?
problems,
That's-
but
Don't let the police catch you doing that.
Yeah, that's
I have
that-
my ID.
like the
Or-
thing is I would as a resident I'd be like, no, don't do that because
No.
Are there
Uh,
any obstacles in the alleyway, or is it like a cleared out, clean alleyway?
Those would be the kind of questions you want to resolve during the combat because that can inform what actions you take there. This is the kind of game where like you decide to kick over a trash can and then that's when we've determined there's a trash can in the alley.
right. So how about so they already think I'm stupid, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we just play into that? Like I will lead you like
You want to go distract them?
So what I'm saying
I
is
wanna-
you guys want to ambush these hooligans in the alleyway. All I'm asking is what's your approach? In other words, what fields and skills do you guys want to use to gain this advantage?
For Boswick, stealth or illusion. I guess that's the stealth.
Yeah, Daryl would be like street and illusion or street and caution or something.
Yeah, street explorer probably for
What
me
is
is just
caution? Let's see.
bumble in there along with my idiot porter playing to his strengths.
So the two of you are bumbling in,
right.
and then the other three are going to be in position in some other manner. Is that what I'm hearing?
There are only 2,
Yes.
but yes.
That sounds good.
Well, there's 5 of you total.
What's Striker doing?
So let's start with Dick Dustus.
Strikers.
Dick Dustus is going to be creating this distraction by just bumbling in like an idiot.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to basically walk in and say, and this, sir, is Amber Bloom Lane.
I thought we were looking for Willowshade, my man. Why did you bring me
I'm
to
going
Amber
to
Bloom?
ask for Dustus. There's not like a deception skill.
Again, I was just going street explorer. Just that's how I'm treating Bumble. Just
And
blind exploration.
Explore doesn't make sense to me here. How about street and charm?
Street
'Cause
charm.
you're trying,
Yeah,
to,
sure,
you're
that'll
trying
work.
to sell this idea that you're a bumbling fool. And then Bobson, I'm not going to have you roll. I'm going to treat you as though you have 1 basic success just because you were here earlier today and they already know you're an idiot. So the other 3, what would Stryker like to do? Are you going to be part of this distraction, or are you going to be part of the in-place ambush?
I'm thumping head, so yeah, ambush.
All right, so what skill would you like? Are you going to try to like be in hiding? Are you going to try to stay away and then close the distance very quickly? You're going to try to climb up and over a wall? Let out an intimidating roar and thump your chest?
Yeah, and I've got the serrated scissor, half scissor on my back. Gonna bear that as well.
So once the distraction goes off, you're just going to kind of step in behind with your size and strength, try to intimidate them?
Yeah.
Okay, let's call that War Authority.
Sweet.
Authority.
And Darryl and Boswick wanted to hide somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
Boswick wants to.
Yeah, hide in the shadows and then jump
Is that
out.
illusion? Is illusion the basic stealth?
Illusion is stealth and move silently, yeah.
Okay. I'll let you guys either use street illusion or street caution.
Always the same for me.
That's same for me.
Okay. But which are you using?
We use illusion.
Okay.
Critical success.
What are you looking for? What's the target?
What's
I'm not
4
going
of
to
a
give you.
kind?
I'm not going to give you a target. I'm going to just kind of look at the group as a whole. I'm giving Treble 1 basic for free, and I got what else?
What's 4 of a kind?
That's an extreme. Is that what you got?
Yeah.
Now you were rolling to see
I-
how big of a bumbling idiot you could be.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
like 3-0.
Extreme bumbling idiot. Okay.
The bumbling it.
How about everybody else?
So
reroll.
I have 1 trait that probably applies to here. I gain tough as a nail, gain 1+1, and ignore conditions for intimidation.
Yeah, apply that. 1 extra die.
Yep. Then I've got 1 critical success and 1 regular success.
Okay. And Daryl got what?
Daryl had 1 success, but then he rerolled and got no successes.
So Daryl got the goose egg. And what about Boswick?
I have 1 success.
Basic?
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't reroll.
Okay.
My dice luck follows me.
Wait, is this what you had and then you rerolled?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, why would you do that?
All right.
I don't remember who said it was that I was gonna be the one that goes all in every time, and
I actually don't have any dice, and I might need one here. Fortunately, they're back here in the tunnel.
I thought you got rid of your tunnel.
Let's get in the tunnel.
You modeled the tunnel.
Can't get rid of the tunnel. The tunnel is just anywhere in the room that's not 2 inches away from a microphone. That's the tunnel.
The tunnel has been remodeled.
Way to ruin the illusion, Brick Road.
I have 4 different dice bags hanging from my coat rack on my wall. That's where all my dice live.
Usually
grab-
it's where you're supposed to go for coats.
I live in
but-
Florida. I own 1 light jacket,
yeah, it's not called the light jacket rack.
and it's January.
How many dark jackets do you own?
So I've had the same jacket for 12 years now. It's gray, and it's got Mario characters all over it. It's got
Legit.
Wario's and bullet bills and. All right. What I need to look up here is what kind. I think this is at my discretion, but I want to see like what kind of advantage can I give you guys for successfully setting up an ambush. There's not really a surprise round as such, but you guys kind of killed it with an extreme success and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, 4 of a kind kind of like the you win button, huh?
I got that on the first roll.
I
didn't
saw
do
that. I
anything.
was like, wow. How many dice were you rolling? 5?
I was rolling 5. I
Yeah,
bumbled
that's
well.
pretty good.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's a hell of a Yahtzee hand.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with an action round. Is how we're gonna do it. That's your. It's not a surprise round, but you can start with an action or a reaction round depending on who did what. So what you need to do is you need to try to fill up the enemy's stress meter.
Is this a brawl or combat?
This is combat.
Okay, because that matters.
I understand why there's separate rules from like combat and brawls, but the rules are so similar. I don't know why I would want to.
Yeah.
Is it like you can't brawl a centipede, but you can brawl another?
I feel like it's stakes.
The main,
Brawls are just
the main
yeah.
difference is you can't bow out because of a brawl. You just become tired or hurt. Whereas in combat, you could actually end up having to bow out. All right. So you guys are going to start with an action turn, which means all of you are going to declare one action to take. The main action would be something like, so all of your field is war during combat. Let me make
What
sure
about shoot. Shoot is in the street category.
It is, but I think you use war shoot here.
War plus shoot? Okay.
For,
When would you use street plus shoot then?
to shoot something when you're not in combat. Let me make sure that I have
okay,
that
makes
right.
sense. That makes sense to me, I guess.
All action rolls made to interact with an opponent use the war field and have a difficulty equal to the opponent's difficulty. So you can make, if you take an action that's interacting with an opponent, like if you're shooting one of the hooligans, you're using war plus shoot. If you're doing something else, you don't necessarily have to use war. And remember that you can take an action to try to gain an advantage by finding their weak spot. That is a war plus investigation. So to start with, everybody's going to declare what action you have. So you have the advantage in that you're starting on an action round, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are starting against the hooligans. There actually are hooligans in the book. That's how they're. So everybody gets to declare one action on what you want to do to try to attack or bring down these hooligans.
Well, while they're mesmerized by Dick Dustus, I'm going to hit them with my bolt.
So you're gonna. So that's just war and fight for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So you roll war and fight, and what about Dustus?
Well, no backing gun now.
And I just sling my key skit from back of my jacket and just try and do not necessarily a fight, but more of like a war intimidate. What would that be? Like a war authority?
So you're like getting out your gun, like wanting to scare these guys off. Like if
Yeah.
you don't want to shoot the guys, but you want them to think you're shooting them.
Oh yeah, I'm like pointing my
that's
long range sharpshooter gun at
That's
them.
war authority. Yes.
Okay.
What about Dandleton?
Yeah, no, I'm following. God, the names are funny. I'm sorry.
Right, new names.
Ah! It's fine.
Treble. Yeah, no, I'm following Treble's lead, and I'm going to use my Zweihander.
So you're going to do a war and fight?
Yeah.
What about Daryl?
Daryl's gonna do a war and fight. He's gonna leap out of the shadows they probably already noticed him in.
Oh yeah, they didn't know they were getting ambushed. which is why you're starting with an action round. So what are you fighting with? What's your weapon? Are you using your pin tip?
He is using his pin tip, and he is going to try and grab one of the thugs and stab them in the neck.
Stab him in the neck. And then Boswick.
Boswick's still in the shadows, and he's just going to take aim and fire at somebody on somebody who is approaching, but is not engaged in combat yet.
All right, so you're going to do Warren shoot.
Yeah.
So everybody give me those rules. I want to make sure we understand the rules for shooting real quick.
I'm keeping that.
Yeah, I'm keeping this too.
Yeah, 2 successes. I have a pistol, which is a standard firearm.
You have a
that does nothing else.
hindrance with your shooting, for one thing. So let's
I
take 1 dice out of your pool before you roll. Because you're firing into melee. You're firing. There's always fear of accidentally hitting an ally.
Oh, hopefully I'll do just as good here. Oh, that's a success still.
Okay.
I'll keep it.
So all firearms and ranged weapons are single shot. And then every time you fire it, you have to take a reloading action,
Yep.
which takes a full turn in both of your hands. And that is a... let's see here.
I don't think it's an action. I think you just declare it.
No, it says reloading as an action, which I'm not sure if that means like you can't attack every turn or how that actually works.
If you have
Yeah,
an extra critical success, it's a critical action to reload a weapon, and it's a dexterity roll. So it would be street dexterity to reload, and you need a critical success to do it successfully during combat. If you have an extra critical success, which isn't going to happen often, you can just use it to reload your weapon right away. And it says weapons that are double-barreled must be reloaded twice, but we don't have any of those yet.
They haven't been developed.
Yeah. And then I think there are traits and things that let you reload quicker than that if you want. I don't know if you have any or not. All right, so now let's start applying damage here. I've given these hooligans the double trouble trait, which means their difficulty is doubled, which means you need 2 basic successes to succeed on any of these rolls. Let's start with Bobson. How'd you do?
I got 2 basic successes to bonk the first thug.
To bonk the first
Or hooligan.
thug. All right.
Hooligan.
So that's
Excuse me.
1 stress on the hooligans. How did Dustus do with his intimidating?
I turbo bumbled the first time, meaning my intimidation was nada.
Nothing. How did Dandleton do?
I got a critical success and a basic success.
All right, so here's how this works. The critical success...
That's like 3 points or something.
yeah, you needed 2 basics. I'm not sure how they want me to calculate how this goes.
I would think you have the 2 basics clear, and then you have 2 additional actions you can take.
Clearly, you take 1 2/3 damage, so just partially shaded. Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Let me think about
2?
this. So you have a critical and a basic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You needed 2 basics. You functionally got 4 basics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
want to
I'm
give
gonna-
one to me?
there'd be no point because I could just apply the 2 stress damage.
Yeah, the numbers work out.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's what I'm going to do. Or you could apply 1 stress damage from your critical and then use your basic action to do something else if you had another action in mind. But if your only other action is attack the guys again, then there's kind of no point to doing it that way. It's up to you.
Well, I could use spin attack now and give a second action roll with -1.
Yeah, you get 1 free one. Right?
This is all part of 1 spin attack. Or this is all part of 1 attack. Or the 2 successes you have. What you can do with that extra basic success right now is you can either apply it to stress damage. Critical plus basic is 4. Because 3 plus 1 is 4. And you need 2 basics to deal 1 damage. So I'm going to deal 2 stress damage if you want to use all 4 of those successes on damage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll do that. And then at this moment, if you want to use your spin attack, you can go for it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. So we are using action surge.
Be plenty of that in the future. Plan to play a fighter for the next D&D campaign. And here's a free reroll. All right, here's my normal reroll.
Mm-hmm.
Did not improve my situation, so I lost the success.
So you use spin attack. You took 1 die off the pool, because that's what spin
Yep.
attack does, right? You've marked off that you've used it, and the spin attack just didn't go anywhere. That's fine. What about Daryl? How did Daryl do with his stabby
Daryl
stabby?
just got 1 basic success.
So nothing. And then what about Boswick?
Boswick also got 1 success. Can I pass my 1 success to Daryl so he succeeds?
You
And I
can't,
just
because it's
fail?
not an extra success.
Oh, damn. Okay.
All right, so that round, you
Teamwork
guys
made the
managed to
nothing.
take down 3 stress on the hooligans. Because it looked like Dugnut got 1, and then Stryker got 2. Now, I get to roll a d6.
That's a problem.
The hooligans jump on you, trying to push you to the ground. Everybody needs to react with war plus strength. You need to get 2
Ooh, that's
basics,
really-
2 basic successes in order to succeed this roll, because hooligans are double trouble.
So I can't.
I can't.
Go ahead and make the roll anyway, because remember, because you
Yeah.
can mitigate stress damage.
Are they? So they're jumping. 2 guys are jumping on all 5 of us.
All the hooligans are jumping all of you. That's how combat goes in this game. All of you make the same saving throw.
I
Okay,
assume
what-
there's
what
1
was
for
this-
each of us.
What was the saving throw?
War plus strength.
Okay, so I rolled 4.
2 successes here.
Okay, so you're good.
Yeah.
I've got a critical success.
Critical success will get you there, because that counts as 3 basics.
I got no success.
Yeah, we're the stealthy, like,
So-
shadows type. We're fragile.
So Daryl got
Bumble,
nothing,
bumble,
Boswick
bumble,
got nothing, and how
Boswick
did
got nothing.
Dustus do?
Bumble, bumble, bumble.
Okay.
Nothing.
So Dustus, Daryl, and Boswick. I think you take just 1 stress, because you just failed the check.
Oof.
No, okay. So you're at double trouble. You need 2 basics to succeed, which means you got 2 stress if you fail, and you all failed none of you got 1 basic, right?
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
everybody's going to take 2 stress.
Okay.
And then we're back to your turns. And that's how combat works.
All right.
Well, shooting him is out because I cannot get 2 successes. So what do I do to, like, look for weak points?
That is going to be war plus investigate.
I'm doing that.
Okay. What about Daryl?
Daryl, having been shoved down, is gonna spring back up and try to stab the guy that shoved him in the heart.
Okay, war and fight. About Stryker?
So I have to use a different approach to this, or?
No, you're in combat. You can just keep swinging your weapon.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
War and fight. Then Dustus.
Yep.
Well, let's come to blows then, eh?
And I just try and cock them with the butt of my gun.
Okay.
So war fight.
And
Got 1
Dugnut.
success in one roll.
I am going to bonk.
Kabonk with war and fight. Okay, go ahead and get those rolls. You need 2 basic successes because hooligans are double trouble.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Golly.
War. Okay,
Fight.
regular reroll. Got 2 successes.
2 successes. That's good.
2 successes.
Daryl had 1 success, and then he rerolled to get 0 successes.
So Daryl's got nothing.
Can I claim this to be information about a famous gang of littlelings and get a free reroll as a know-it-all?
I mean, they are
Yeah,
a famous
because
little gang.
they're all part of the same gang and they're pretty well known.
Okay, so I had already rerolled, and I will count that as my free roll. So this will be my actual reroll. Because I
Okay.
need 2 successes anyway, and I still failed.
Okay.
So
Critical success.
I got a critical success. And Any other? So I got 2 basics and a critical so far.
Bobson got 2 basics.
All right, so I got 2 basics, and a critical. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, fun things happen because you filled in their crucial box on their stress, which means
no.
first thing that it means is it triggers their move, which is called All the Way, boys. The hooligans call for reinforcements, and from now on, all characters who suffer stress on their reaction turn will suffer 1 additional stress. So you're looking at 3 stress per hit now. The second thing that happens is it triggers their littling trait, because they're all littlings and they're all boggarts. They all go large. Large means a lot of things, actually. First of all, they can never take more than 1 stress per attack. Second of all, is this correct?
Oh no.
Okay, no. Second of all, they can't gain more damage past their crucial box, which they're already at. So that doesn't. So you have -1 to all action and reaction rolls against them because they're large. And they can only ever take 1 stress per attack. And if they hit you, you take 1 additional stress. And let's see how they attack you. The hooligans jump on you, trying to push you to the ground. React with strength. So let's get war and strength. Remember to take 1 out of the pool because they're large now.
Can't go below 2, right?
Can't go below 2.
Because I only have 2.
Yep.
You need 2 basic successes to pass this.
Well,
I got 1.
So Daryl got 1, so you're taking 1 stress. Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
all I can get
You're
is
taking 2 stress because they are all the way boys. Here, let me go down in order. Make sure we keep track of it. How did Dugnut do?
I'm sorry, I gotta re-roll. I gotta roll 1 more dice because I'm bad at math. Okay, I got 1 success. I'm re-rolling, and I got 2 successes.
So Dugnut's fine, and then Dustus?
nothing.
Nothing. So you're going to take
Full
3 stress. Dandleton?
Here's my re-roll. Nope, no successes.
No, so you're taking the full 3. Daryl, you're taking the full 3. Is that what I heard? Is that correct?
No, Daryl's taking 2. He got 1 success.
Got 1 success, so you're taking 2 stress. Okay, and then Boswick.
I have 0 successes.
So you're taking the full 3. So yeah, they're just diving on you. These boggarts all go large.
Oh no, I've broken the spreadsheet.
Boggart hooligans.
There we go.
And so, okay, you're next. Now it's your action round. Same thing, except they're large now, so it's -1 from all pools because they are. It says they count as being armed.
How do I go large?
You just say you're going to do it.
I don't see any mechanical thing for going large.
I don't think there is one. I think you just do it. Like, I don't think you have to use an action or anything. Let's
Is
double
it
check.
not a once per session thing? I gotta check.
It is a once per section thing, but it's
Is it your contract?
it's contract. I'm just trying to find what the
Okay.
effect is.
Hereditary contracts. These are not in the correct order. There we go. Once per session, boggarts can go Juggernaut, drastically increasing their size, strength, and resistance. While going Juggernaut, boggarts can grow up to twice their size, and their bodies ripple with powerful muscles as hard as numismatic metal. Going Juggernaut is helpful for all rolls made in Field of War, but hindering for any other actions. You get +1 to all your rolls during combat, and Juggernauts ignore all conditions. You don't have any conditions right now. When going Juggernaut, you automatically lose 1 level of decorum because you rip out of your clothes.
Sure.
But yeah, you don't have. That's not an action. You just say, "I'm the Juggernaut, bitch," and then you're the Juggernaut, bitch.
And yeah, so I think I will continue to swing away with my my Zweihander.
Are we going big boy?
We're going big boy.
Going big boy. Okay. Actually, I did misread this. You don't always reduce your pool by 1. Only if you're unarmed do you reduce your pool by 1, which doesn't apply to this roll because I think all of you have weapons.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So, yeah,
if I'm doing
Do
this
not
right,
reduce your
that's-
dice pool by 1 for them being large.
Oh, good.
You increase your dice pool by 1 for being large because it counts as helpful for beating up jabronis.
Yep. So this is a 6-die war fight.
So I'm gonna assume by default everybody's doing war fight unless you tell me differently.
I'm doing a war shoot now because
The big game's out.
Doug Nut, how'd you do on your war fight?
Oh, I didn't roll. Hold on. War fight, and I don't.
Keep
I don't.
investigating. Hey.
So that's.
So you know how 4 of a kind is the thing?
Yeah.
How about 5 of a kind?
5 of a kind is an impossible success. It counts as 3 extreme successes.
another free reroll. Can I just
Good,
get
you can
any
compensate for
kind of-
me.
Okay.
I got a critical success and a basic success.
Oh,
Okay, you need 2 basics, so you got a critical and a basic.
Yes.
So you succeed, so I'm going to reduce 1 strength. Or 1, I'm sorry, 1 stress from them. They can only take 1 stress at a time.
Can I? In that case, did anybody only get 1 success?
I did.
I only got 1 success.
You
All
wanna
right.
give your other basic success to Dustus.
Yes.
So Dustus, that bring up to 2 basics.
That brings me up to 2 basics. Yes.
And then Dandleton, what did you get?
I got an impossible success apparently.
Impossible success. And that's enough. So at the end of it, did any of you hit him with a firearm when you shot him?
I did. Yes.
You
Boswick did.
winged someone. So by the end of it, the hooligans, the ones that got called in kind of reinforcements and went juggernaut, Striker's like, oh, you want to see how it's done, do you? And it's just bashing one of these poor bastards into the floorboards, just repeatedly over and over and over. And the remaining hooligans slink off to nurse their wounds, regroup. What do you do with there's kind of 2 here left. The one that Striker is beating on and the one that got shot in the leg. Do you want to do anything with them?
I would have also shot someone, so we would have had 2 shot.
I'll
Unless
say
we shot the same guy twice.
Shot the same guy twice. He's having a bad day. He got
the
winged in
same
the
spot.
leg and the shoulder.
Yeah.
Both
Boswick would like dump them off in an alley. Like I guess we are in an alley, but like is
We're
there like
already
an
in an
alley off
alley.
of the alley?
Just going to drag
there-
them aside.
yeah.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
my
going to.
buddies.
I'm gonna look for a trash can and put them both in a trash can.
Just dump
In
them
a
in the
dumpster.
bin, put the lid on it.
Put them in the
Yeah.
in the dumpster. Yeah.
Are they still large?
Oh yeah, for the next minute or so.
Okay.
We'll wait for that to happen, and then when they calm back down, I guess.
I mean,
we'll
I
unconflict.
picture the Mario mushroom sound effect in both directions.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but I mean, we're not strong. Well, okay, I'm not strong.
And Striker is now also shabby.
Yep.
And yeah, sure enough, you do find that they had this big nail pried up out of the floorboard, leaned off to one side. So there's a huge circular indentation in the ground where the nail went into, and at that point, the floorboard is loose enough and cracked in a space where it can be pried up, giving an opening to the in-betweens. And as you guys approach it, you can hear the faint sound of a clockwork mechanism underneath.
I have a question.
Sure.
How do I remove stress, and is it with the care action?
You will
Or the
remove
care
stress automatically at the end of basically when you take a long rest. When you're able to kick your feet up and rest, you'll get all your stress back. I think they also give you all your stress back at the end of a session. Like there's a lot of impetus to make sure you end each session in a restful place.
And can we also assume that after combat, guns are reloaded?
Yes, you can go ahead and reload. It also doesn't make you track ammunition in this game because they're cowards.
Oh, I see what that does. Okay. Yeah, I don't restore health. I restore conditions with that.
But this is why combat doesn't take place like on a battle mat. There's not really a sense of like individual people in combat doing individual actions. It's more of just like throw the two groups against each other every turn.
Yeah.
It's JRPG combat.
But yeah, you guys are standing on either side of a battlefield, waving your weapons at each other. Like I only had one life bar, even though like it was just modeling the whole group of hooligans.
Right.
And they are basic opponents at difficulty level 1, but I called them double trouble, so it essentially doubled their difficulty for their rolls.
Right.
How many successes is this worth, the Yahtzee?
It's worth 3 extreme successes.
That'd be
I don't know
9.
what that's worth.
That'd be 9.
Extremes are worth 3 criticals.
Oh, so it's like 27.
It's a
is what
lot.
this is. Yeah, you had 27 successes, McNull. Well done.
Hooray!
If you get 6, doesn't it? It says you just get to be the DM for a moment. I think is what it says.
That's amazing.
But yeah, you have this indentation in the ground. You see this kind of crack in the floorboard where it can be pried loose, giving access to the in-betweens. And you hear the sound of clockwork, a ticking mechanism underneath.
I think for my last few moments of Juggernaut, I could probably pry it up a little bit more to get somebody else access into it.
Yeah, this would be a 2-man job usually, but as a boggart, you get down there and just He-Man this.
I'll give him a nod and jump down first.
I was going to say, make way, make way. Dugnut going first.
I love how he's like, make way, like he's gonna go first, and then waits for me to do it.
That's what
Yes, exactly.
that's what he pays
That's
you
exactly
for.
what it is.
Yep.
Hopping down. So the in-betweens, like you can just imagine what it would look like in between the floorboards of the household. That's literally what it is. And it's filled with debris and just mazes of years and years of neglect down here. And usually the in-betweens are very, very dangerous places. They're also very, very useful places because they're a way to get from one place to another as long as you know exactly where you're going. The problem with this area of the floorboards is you don't have the lights abetting and guiding you. As soon as you go down and leave the general area, you no longer would be able to see. So my first question is...
We're in the sewers.
Essentially,
I have a
yes, but
lantern.
it's not quite as damp. So you can use, that was my question, is what's your light source? You're going to bust out your lantern?
I bought a lantern for just such an occasion.
Then I want one last roll from you, if you don't mind.
Oh, no.
Actually, I'm not going to have you roll because you have... I'm going to say you have... The lantern is just the tool for the job, so you just succeed without a roll, functionally.
Bully.
I was gonna say, if you need to start the light, I have a fire starter.
I also brought a fire starter because I
You have it
didn't
too.
trust not to.
Yeah, right? Like,
And it's very, very quick. You cast the light around, and you're orienting yourself with the sound of this ticking, and you go down underneath an old patch of insulation between two of the floorboards, and you see there a metal door, like a trap door with what looks like a timing mechanism, a clock face that is ticking down. And it looks like you guys came out here the night before the 5th.
yes.
Yeah,
so
correct.
it looks like it has maybe 5 or 6 hours remaining on it. But
The
just looking
door-
at it, the door has it's a metal door set into the floor, and it has a clock face that's counting down to midnight the 5th.
Is it like a door or a hatch or something?
Like a hatch. Like once,
Okay.
instead of having like a valve or something you would turn to open the hatch, it looks as though this mechanism will cause the door to open on the 5th.
Can I just grab it and yank?
Grab it and yank.
Yeah.
Let's do war strength, and I'm gonna ask for 2 criticals.
I mean, that's within the realm of possibilities, I think.
Very difficult, but within the realm of possibility. That's like a DC 20 check.
Could I help?
Is the
Could you? How are you gonna help?
Grab the other side of the hatch and pull along with.
I was hoping you'd say grab him.
So both of you are going to grab the hatch and just try to pry it open with your hands? I'll let you both attempt it. I wouldn't let a third person attempt it but I want one of you to roll, and we'll call this a helpful action. So throw one die on the pool, and I want 2 criticals.
All right.
Okay.
Which one of us is less cursed by the bog witch?
It's
Who
always a
has
fun
more
question.
dice?
In that case, I should have war strength. Yeah, I have 6 dice in this case.
So I like I'm going back and forth on everybody's character sheets as I'm referencing stuff in the game, and every time, like, because I mentioned that there was an extra pip at the end of all the skills, and Only Trouble's like, fuck it, we ball. He just deleted one of the pips. The whole column's gone. Like, it just chopped it off.
That's actually not a bad idea. I accidentally drug a pip on the stress tracker, and there was no pip anymore.
Go for it, McDowell.
All right,
So
then.
we're going to have Dandleton make the roll at +1.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be war strength, please.
Give me 1 second. Okay. 2 critical successes, you say?
Need 2 criticals.
Yeah, that's
I
a good
have
start.
none. That's a start.
I see 2 basics.
Here comes my reroll.
There's
Got 1 critical.
1 critical. I am going to impose a condition if you fail this.
Don't worry about it.
So you go all in, and if it comes out club or heart, you've got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go all in.
Go
Yeah,
all in. But if you
yeah.
fail it, what
No.
you did.
Which
So,
question, can I
Yeah.
use my Joker for an extreme success here?
yeah, of course.
Okay.
So you're gonna cash in the Joker?
Yep.
I was gonna have both of you guys get hurt as you pull your arms out of socket trying to.
Oh, I could fix that.
But no, what happened? Like the door frame here, the door itself is of exquisite make. There must be, because there's a mechanism inside of it that has like a time release. But the actual where it's affixed around the wooden planks of the floorboard around the sides, less attention was paid there. And you guys realize you're not going to get the mechanism open, but with the right application of strength, you can brace your feet against the ground and just pull the whole goddamn thing up.
Bobson looks at Stryker and is like, "Yep, they never reinforce the hinges."
That's exactly what happened. And yeah, looking down, you see this very narrow tunnel going down into functionally the insulation between the floorboards. And probably years of like rat poop and debris and such. And there is not only ticking noises, but like metallic scraping, the sound of faint jingling bells, lots and lots of mechanized sounds coming from this tunnel.
Can Boswick examine the mechanism? Like,
In the door?
yeah, so like, if the point of that was just open the door,
Mhm.
it feels a little like convoluted. Like, this is excessive.
I mean,
Give me
we did get
Academia Insight.
He is suspicious.
I'll let everybody throw this Academia Insight. Let's do that.
All right.
That load of good that's gonna do. Okay, let's find
That's
out.
pretty good. I don't think I need to reroll that. I have 2 successes.
Oh,
2 basics.
well,
I see a critical.
Bupkis.
Great, let's reroll.
I got Bupkis.
and reroll at least.
I
Nope.
I rolled
My
2
dice
dice
doesn't follow
instead of
me.
how fast.
So 2 basics, is that the best we have? Boswick, here's the thing. Somebody who's convinced themselves that like a mechanical door like this is excellent security. This is you're definitely dealing with like a we'll miss the forest for the trees kind of guy. 'Cause that's exactly the conclusion you come to. He put all this attention and all this detail into building this door that releases at a very specific time and then didn't affix it properly.
The 2 chuckle nuts come up and just yank it out of the floor.
Right.
So this is a concept engineer, not a practical engineer.
Correct.
So this guy's an airhead, is Boswick's conclusion. Who are we looking for? What's his name? Where is the name? Oh my god. I got it bold.
Kensington
Almost
Bellsworth
indifferent.
Ellsworth. There we go.
and his splendiferous clockenized menagerie. And you can hear a sound of a clockenized menagerie.
I mean, we heard bells apparently. Like you said,
Emanating.
jingling. Or something?
Well,
Yeah.
as my esteemed employer says, tally ho, and then I jump down the hole.
Okay. No, there's not a hole to jump down. You're kind of going down this tunnel. And you come into a living space filled with mechanical wonders. You're greeted by 2 tiny sentry flies buzzing on impossible wings. You see you see the gecko that delivered your note licking its own eyeball with its mechanical tongue. And it's in some kind of dilapidated, badly organized workshop. 3 things jump out at you. One is there's a clock and eyes menagerie here. Pretty much any animal that could be tamed by an animal handler amongst the littlings is here. Mice, geckos, houseflies, bumblebees, all that kind of stuff. And some of them look like they're little toys. They have like jangling bells and things attached. Some of them look more practical, like the gecko that can deliver messages. The second thing you see is on one side of the workshop is a burlap sack overflowing onto the work surface, onto the table, of glittering, multifaceted gemstones. More than you've ever seen in one place in your life. The third
Dick is
thing you
immediately
notice,
over there examining the gemstones.
you can't
just picking them up,
because
holding them up
Daryl's
to his
already
eye.
stolen all of them.
No.
Yeah, there's no gemstones anymore. They're gone.
Oh,
Naturally.
Daryl's like, what gemstones? The third thing you notice, the fattest, baldest salamander you've ever seen, snoring away in a hammock on the far side of the workbench. And on the wall is a clock that looks identical to the one that was on the door you guys just broke through, counting down to the same period of time. Sawing logs.
Boswick will wake him up.
Well, it's not a bomb.
Well, like,
Yeah.
don't wake him up just yet. Like, let's look around first.
Looking around,
Oh,
that's what
that's
you
fine.
see.
I mean, that's what we did. I assume that like when Boswick goes to wake him up, Daryl has already stolen all the gems. Like,
So
that's
is
just a
that what
forethought,
Daryl's
right?
doing? Daryl's over there just kind of filling up
Daryl
his pouch.
is he is examining the gems and trying to figure out what they could be used for.
Give me a street craft check. I mean, it's obvious what they can be used for. They're gemstones.
Currency.
They're make jewelry or
I got
Can-
one basic.
one basic.
Can Dick help out with this? Because backstory wise, he's like from a mining magnate family. He would know his way around gems.
Oh, you make the same roll.
What was the
Street craft.
street and craft? Ooh, okay, all right, yeah, I can do that.
So we got one basic on Daryl. Let's see what Dastardly gets.
I got 2 basics.
Okay. With 2 basics, they're not real. The gemstones are all fake.
Are they good fakes though?
They're pretty good fakes. They're good enough that if you took them to a vendor that wasn't very street savvy, you would probably be able to get away with cashing them in for coins. However, if you did this at enough establishments, say ones that are operated by the Thimble, the Boggart gang, somebody's going to catch wise eventually. And there's a whole bag of these in all different colors and sizes and facets.
Now, Daryl, the trinkets are not worth nothing, but they're not worth the value they appear at first. You see the fissure here. It's not actually genuine.
And Daryl, you didn't catch at first glance that they were all fakes, but as soon as he points it out, like yeah, it becomes pretty evident. These are very well crafted fake gemstones.
I'm not surprised, but you know what they say, there's a sucker born every minute.
Daryl will pocket just a small handful.
All right, yeah, you pocket a handful of gemstones. Of fake
As soon as I
gemstones.
found out they were
Use
worth
later.
nothing, I just lost interest.
Yeah. So what are we doing with the fat salamander, the fat, bald, snoring salamander?
I mean, we're here. I'm not waiting 5 hours.
I mean,
Boswick will wake him up unless someone stops him.
Okay. Last call before Boswick wakes him up.
No, I'm totally fine with waking this nerd up.
All right, so Boswick goes over and wakes the nerd up, and throws his limbs flailing in all direction. The hammock spins out from under him, depositing the fat bastard onto the floor with a loud thump. He stands up, brushing himself off. Bald pate on the top of his head, with frizzy, bright orange wings of hair coming off the sides of his pate and out of his ears, and this long, badly maintained, curled mustache. What? How's it? Who are you? Who the devil? Throws up his arms with fists out for a moment. He's wearing his one-piece underwear with the button missing, so half of his butt's hanging out, kind of situation.
We came early.
No, Dick spins around and goes, "You overslept, good man."
You tell him he's overslept?
Yes.
At that, he pulls his monocle down in front of his eye, pats his chest, reaches into his hip pocket, pulls out a pocket watch, looks at it, shakes it against his ear, looks at it again, holds it up to the clock next to the wall, says, "No, I'm sleeping precisely on time."
But you're awake.
Boswick will say, in a sense, you have overslept. We're here now, and you were asleep.
And he looks at the five of you, and he starts to see their recognition dawning. Oh, very well. I suppose my fantabulous riddles were a little more obvious than I was expecting. I thought it would take you all exactly 5 hours and 14 more minutes to deduce them.
How did you deliver them?
And he motions around and says, "Why, I made use of my splendiferous clockenized menagerie."
Why did you deliver them? Is the better question. I look at Daryl.
He says, "Well, as to the why," he leans in. "I have an adventure to propose."
How much does it pay?
We're going to leave it at "I have an adventure to propose."
Oh, I wanted to get to my who did you deliver them if we were doing why, what, how. Never mind.
We did get everything with that one, didn't we?
So you have found the hiding place of Professor Kensington Bellsworth in his splendiferous clockenized menagerie. Would you all like to award an MVP Joker?
Sure.
That's not a yes or no. We have to pick a person.
You don't have to. You can say nobody earned it.
Why would we do that?
I don't know.
I want to give him a face for the accent.
He just gets one. We're only going to reward that once. Like McDowell was doing pretty good with the accent too, but he didn't.
I
take
gave
it.
up on mine.
I'm not going to turn down a free accent Joker.
Oh,
Listen.
thank you.
You did. McDowell was doing really good with his too, but McDowell picked a sensible accent.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that it? We don't reward sensible accents?
It's not that.
Is it-
It's just that the insensibility of the accent.
Buttface
won out
is
once.
Enthusiasm.
Buttface is bringing back Nigel in preparation for Film 7.
He is very much the soul of Nigel Veritas.
I'm going to award an ace of clubs to Dandleton for an extreme success against an opponent that only had one more stress to go. Like, just
I still have an ace of clubs already.
I think that means you get to make any other A's.
Yeah, you just fill in any other ace you want.
That's non-Joker, or
That's non-Joker.
okay.
Jokers are a special thing.
I will take an ace of hearts then.
All right.
You pulped a street hooligan. Congratulations.
I mean,
I just picture he turned the sword sideways and was like bludgeoning to death with the flat end. And
He made paste out of the guy.
Bob's him sitting there going, "That's not how you use a sword, you know."
We call that chunky salsa.
So when we come
Hey.
back next week, we will find out what sort of adventure Professor Kensington Bellsworth has for the lot of you.
And I assume we wipe stress now.
Yeah, you can wipe out your stress. Unless you have a condition that says you can't, but I didn't award any conditions this week.
Do we reset moves?
Yes, you will reset moves. Anything that lasts once per session, you can reset all that.
How
I think
about
I'm also-
decorum?
Nope, decorum is just wherever it is.
Okay.
You have to invest in gaining or losing decorum, basically. There is ways to do that. I think it just comes down to coins.
Well, I'm just wondering if
think you pay, like,
Striker
2
there is just, you know, Hulk shorts now. He's got the naked shorts.
Well, let's
Now,
see.
here's a
here.
question.
Well,
If- if you
probably
do that
have to
ag-
look. I'd probably have to invest in, changes
clothes.
of clothing or.
Yeah.
Now, if you
Yeah.
do that a second time in your current tack, do you drop to uncouth? Or is it like a one-time deal?
I feel like
No, if he
just-
hulks again when he's shabby, he goes to uncouth.
he
Oh,
just
that's harsh.
So okay, for
like,
example,
ruins his
raising your decorum gets more and more pricey the more you have. So if going from uncouth to shabby, you wash yourself in your clothes in a puddle or under a leak from the piping, or take a good warm bath in a simple tub at the price of 1 coin. So like, if you make an effort, you can go from uncouth to shabby with some time, or you can just spend 1 coin to do it. Going from shabby to decent is 2 coins. You have to pay a visit to the barber or hairdresser to give yourself a good once over with a bath and buy some new clothes.
Yeah.
And then from there, it gets more and more difficult.
Having 2 coins in my pocket is probably a good call then.
Yeah. All right, so we'll come back next week. We'll find out what adventure Kensington Bellsworth has. And I have the feeling that his adventure will take exactly 3 sessions to get through.
What would possibly give you that idea?
All right, thanks for playing, everybody. Peace out.
Later.